Chapter 902. Search. At this moment, the battle between Demon Taoist and Qing Su had already stopped. The two of them were quietly facing each other. Demon Taoist held the demon sword with a cold expression. His aura was as stable as before. On the other hand, Qing Su was in a sorry state. His aura was slightly chaotic. It was obvious that Demon Taoist had the upper hand in their battle. Qing Su. Is there still a need to fight? It's basically impossible for you to take the demon Bodhi tree from my hands. Demon Taoist said coldly. Qing Su took a deep breath and said coldly, Demon Taoist. You've gone too far. I won't let this matter rest. Demon Taoist sneered. He was very clear about Qing Su's character. Even though he was at a disadvantage in the battle, he still wanted to cover up his failure. He was a hypocrite who cared about his reputation. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air rang out. Then, Mo-ing arrived beside Demon Taoist in a sorry state. His face was extremely pale. Qing Su and Demon Taoist naturally noticed Mo-ying's sorry state. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Didn't Mo-ing and Zui Qingfeng go to the valley to find the source of the black light pillar? Why was Mo-ing in such a sorry state? Hee. Your Heavenly Peak Demon Palace's #1 genius is only a so-so. He can't be compared to our Clear Void Valley's Zui Qingfeng. Qing Su's eyes were filled with pride. After seeing Mo-ying's sorry state, he instantly thought that Mo-ying's injuries were caused by Zui Qingfeng. In this area, other than Qing Su Zi and Demon Dao Zi, there was basically no one who was a match for Mo-ing and Zui Qingfeng, the two monsters of Great Yen City. Since Mo-ing was injured so badly, perhaps only Zui Qingfeng had the ability to do so. Demon Taoist didn't answer. His right hand tapped on Mo-ying's right arm and instantly sealed several major acupoints. Then, he sent out his palm energy and a pitch-black energy entered Mo-ying's right arm. Ah! Mo-ing roared in pain. That pitch-black energy was Demon Taoist's demonic energy. When this energy entered his body, it was as painful as being bitten by thousands of ants. Even though Mo-ying's mind was firm, he was still tortured by this extreme pain and almost fainted. Endure the pain and don't faint. I will now reconstruct your right arm. If you faint, then all my previous efforts will be wasted. Master Demon said indifferently. The demonic shadow clenched his teeth and forcefully endured the pain. He only let out a low roar. Poochie. At the wound on the demonic figure's right arm, strands of black veins squirmed continuously. Then, with a tearing sound, a strange black arm grew out. His severed arm grew back. Qing Su's eyes narrowed as he looked at Master Demon with even more dread. Back in Yen City, Master Demon was a famous madman. In order to pursue great power, he entered the Tao with the devil. The side effects of entering the Tao as a demon were well known. If one was not careful and completely entered the Tao, they would become a great demon that had no consciousness and only knew how to kill. In the past, no one was optimistic about Master Demon's cultivation method. However, what happened later greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Master Demon actually succeeded in entering the Tao as a demon. Moreover, he even controlled the thought of entering the Tao as a demon and grasped the powerful power of entering the Tao. Among the leaders of Yen City's 4 great sects, Demon Dao was the youngest. It had only been 30 years since his debut, but he was already on the same level as Qing Su Zi. In fact, his strength even surpassed Qing Su Zi. Ever since Master Demon grasped the power of entering the Tao, Qing Su became more and more unable to see through Master Demon. In any case, this severed arm growing back wasn't something that Qing Su could do himself. Many thanks, Palace Master. Looking at his right arm that had recovered to its original state, Mo-ing hurriedly bowed. His eyes were filled with passion and worship. Tell me. Who did this to you? Master Demon asked indifferently with his hands behind his back. Actually, Demon Daoist also had some doubts in his heart. Mo Ying's strength wasn't weak, but to put Mo Ying in such a difficult situation wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Even Clear Void Valley's Zui Qingfeng wouldn't be able to do it. Who else could it be? Of course it's our Qing Su Valley's Zui Qingfeng. Master Demon, do you think that there's another junior here who can pose a threat to Mo Ying aside from Zui Qingfeng? Qing Su coldly ridiculed. There was a trace of pride in his eyes. Just now, he had been reduced to such a sorry state by Master Demon. Now that he was able to get it back on a junior, it could be considered as getting back some face for Qing Su. At this moment, several Qing Su Valley's disciples were supporting a rather sorry figure as they walked into the valley. This sorry figure was Zui Qingfeng, who had fled for his life. After all, Zui Qingfeng had taken a direct hit from the White-Brow Heavenly Sovereign's attack. His injuries weren't light. Although they weren't as serious as Mo Ying's severed arm, his internal injuries were quite serious. This caused Zui Qingfeng to be unable to stand steadily. Qingfeng. Qing Su's eyes widened. Naturally, he saw Zui Qingfeng, who was being supported by the Qing Su Valley's disciples. A trace of emotion appeared on his face. Qing Su. Your Qing Su Valley's Zui Qingfeng doesn't seem to be any better. Why do you say that Mo Ying was injured by Zui Qingfeng? I think there's no difference between the two. Master Demon said indifferently. Humph. Mo Ying had an arm severed by Qingfeng. Even if he was seriously injured, the strength of your Heaven Peak Devil Palace's Mo Ying is clearly weaker than Qingfeng. Qing Su said indifferently. Master Demon frowned. Qing Su was right. To be able to sever Mo Ying's arm, logically speaking, Zui Qingfeng should have the upper hand. Otherwise, Mo Ying wouldn't have lost an arm. Humph. The truth isn't like that. Zui Qingfeng isn't qualified, nor does he have the strength to sever my right arm. Mo Ying suddenly snorted coldly. Then what happened? Master Demon asked with some interest. Hearing Master Demon Dao's question, Demon Shadow didn't hide anything and told him everything that happened just now in full detail. As for Master Demon and Master Qing Su, the more they heard, the more shocked they became. A three-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm Cultivator was actually able to withstand Mo Ying's attack, and he even had 2 Empyrean Nascent Souls. In addition, the mysterious youth had also obtained an incredible treasure from beneath the Buddha Demon Bodhi tree. After listening to Mo Ying's description, Qing Su Zi and Demon Daozi's interest was piqued. They had never heard of such a person in Yen City. Qingfeng. Is what Mo Ying said true? Qing Su looked at Zui Qingfeng and asked. Zui Qingfeng nodded and didn't deny it. That youth definitely has some secrets on him. Master Demon, why don't you and I work together and search this forest? Perhaps we can find that mysterious youth. At that time, we can split the secrets we obtain. Master Qing Su suddenly threw out an olive branch to Master Demon. After hearing that the mysterious youth could take out 2 Heavenly Venerate Yuanying, Qing Su couldn't remain calm. A Heavenly Venerate Yuanying was a great supplement. If Qing Su could obtain a Heavenly Venerate Yuanying, his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, Heavenly Venerate experts were extremely powerful. Even Qing Su was only at the mid-Heavenly Venerate realm. He simply didn't have the ability to kill a Heavenly Venerate expert. Moreover, which Heavenly Venerate expert in Yen City didn't have a powerful background? It was even more impossible to kill one. Therefore, Qing Su was very clear about how rare a Heavenly Venerate Yuanying was. Therefore, Qing Su temporarily put aside his prejudice against Master Demon and invited him to search for the mysterious youth together. Demon Daozi's eyes flickered as he revealed a shocked expression. Demon Daozi didn't feel anything about that so-called unique treasure. After all, he had already obtained the Buddha Demon Bodhi tree. No matter how precious that unique treasure was, it couldn't be more precious than the Buddha demon Bodhi tree. What he cared about was the heavenly venerate Yuanying. It was a fatal attraction to him. It could greatly shorten the time he needed to cultivate. After all, after one's cultivation reached the heavenly venerate realm, even if one was an extremely talented genius, it wasn't that easy to advance a small realm. If one didn't have any fortuitous encounters and just followed the prescribed path, it was unknown when one would be able to cultivate to the peak of the heavenly venerate realm. And from the peak of the heavenly venerate realm to the emperor realm, it was even more difficult. There were some geniuses who were trapped in the emperor realm for hundreds and thousands of years. When the day came, they would be stuck at the peak of the heavenly venerate realm and die unwillingly. After pondering for a moment, Master Demon nodded and said, "All right. However, this forest is too vast. Wanting to find a youth here is like looking for a needle in a haystack. I'm afraid it won't be that easy, right? The two of us are heavenly venerates. With our perception, we can completely search the entire forest in a short period of time. That mysterious youth can't have gone far. If the two of us are fast enough, we can definitely find him," Qing Su said with confidence. "In that case, we can give it a try." Then, Master Demon said to Moing, "You go back first. The injuries on your body are quite serious. It's not suitable for you to fight. Go back and recuperate." Moing cupped his hands. He didn't hesitate in the slightest. He turned into a black shadow and left the forest. As for Zui Qingfeng, under Qing Su's orders, he was taken away by several Clear Void Valley disciples who weren't weak. He returned to the sect to recuperate. As for the other Clear Void Valley disciples in the forest, they all left the forest under Qing Su's orders. As for Zhuowen's appearance and special aura, Zui Qingfeng and Moing had already recorded it in the jade slips they carried with them. Therefore, the two of them weren't unfamiliar with Zhuowen's appearance and aura. Moreover, Moing and Zui Qingfeng emphasized that the mysterious youth had a secret technique to change his appearance. It was very difficult to find him just by relying on his appearance. They had to combine it with Zhuowen's aura. "Let's go. Let's not waste any more time," Master Demon said indifferently. He walked in a direction and used his enormous perception to sense whether or not the mysterious youth was hiding in the forest. If he found anyone suspicious, Master Demon would definitely be the first to act. Chapter 903. Buddha and Devil blend in one thought. The Clear Void Valley disciples have all retreated. What's going on up ahead? On the empty ground, Xiaoyan Pu and the others also saw the Clear Void Valley disciples guarding the entrance. After whispering a few words, they no longer blocked the path and left the area. Their faces were full of anxiety. Xiaoyan Pu and the others were full of confusion. They had waited on the empty ground for a few days and simply did not know what was going on up ahead. At this moment, they were even more confused. Since the Clear Void Valley disciples have all retreated, then we can also leave this place, Xiaoyan Pu said in a clear voice. Then, he came in front of the Ruan clan team and specially cupped his hands in front of Ruan Lingyu. He said with a smile, "Miss Ruan, why don't you come with us to Yen City this time? This way, we can take care of each other." Seeing Xiaoyan Pu's different attitude towards Ruan Lingyu, Commander Ruan and the others revealed a trace of joy. The Xiaoyan clan was very powerful in Yen City. If Ruan Lingyu could get closer to Xiaoyan Pu, it would be very beneficial for the Ruan clan. However, Leng Ying's pretty face became even colder. Her beautiful eyes were filled with traces of jealousy. However, this jealousy was well hidden by Leng Ying. Ruan Lingyu slightly lowered her head and said with a light nod, "If young Master Xiaoyan doesn't mind the weak strength of my Ruan clan team, Lingyu will not object." It seems that Miss Ruan has agreed. Xiaoyan Pu's eyes revealed a joyful expression. He said with a clear voice, "Then let's set off now." Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, two sounds of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Soon after, two imposing figures appeared above Xiaoyan and the others. Moreover, these two people faintly revealed an aura that actually stirred the surrounding space. It was as if the entire world was trembling because of these two people. What a terrifying aura! Who are these two people? Why are their auras so terrifying? Lang Ying looked up at the two people in the sky. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Heavenly Peak Devil Palace Master Mo Daozi, Clear Void Valley Master Qing Su. Xiaoyan was experienced and knowledgeable. With a glance, he recognized the two figures that suddenly descended and could not help but cry out in surprise. And it was precisely these words from Xiaoyan that caused a huge uproar in the group. No one had expected that these two people who had suddenly appeared were actually the true leaders of the Heavenly Peak Devil Palace and the Clear Void Valley. Whether it was Demon Daozi or Qing Su, in the eyes of the majority of the warriors in Yen City, they were powerful and unreachable existences. In fact, in the hearts of many warriors, such overlords were simply unreachable. But now, these two magnates were right in front of them, and from the looks of it, they seemed to be looking for something. I am Xiaoyan of the Xiaoyan aristocratic family. Greetings to the two lords. Xiaoyan hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to Demon Daoist and Qing Su as he cautiously said. I didn't expect to meet someone from the Xiaoyan family here. Qing Su nodded at Xiaoyan and said calmly. Master Demon was as indifferent as ever. He didn't even look sideways. Master Demon's attitude didn't cause any dissatisfaction. After all, Master Demon was infamous in Yen City. How could they dare to point fingers at Master Demon? May I know the purpose of your visit? Xiaoyan bowed and continued. He's not in this group. Master Demon said coldly. Qing Su nodded. He had just checked and found that Zhuowen wasn't in Xiaoyan group. However, Qing Su didn't leave. Instead, he waved his right hand and a jade slip appeared in his palm. Qi. A ray of light shot out from the jade slip and a portrait appeared on top of the jade slip. He asked Xiaoyan and the others, have you seen this person? If anyone can provide me with clues, Qing Su Valley won't mistreat them. It's Zhuowen. A surprised voice rang out. Lang Ying and Ruan Lingyu were both staring at the portrait as they exclaimed in unison. Some of the people in the group who had seen Zhuowen before were also surprised. Obviously, they recognized the original owner of the portrait. You know this person? Qing Su and Demon Daozi's expressions changed at the same time. Their gazes converged on Lang Ying and Ruan Lingyu. After all, these two women were the first to recognize him. At this moment, Xiaoyan also reacted. He also recognized the owner of the portrait. His eyes flickered and no one knew what he was thinking. You say it. Master Demon pointed at Lang Ying. His voice was still cold. Lang Ying was shocked and quickly stood up. However, her heart was extremely nervous and in a mess. She didn't know why the two giants of Yen City were looking for Zhuowen. Could it be that Zhuowen's identity was extraordinary? If Zhuowen's identity was extraordinary, Lang Ying's heart was even more nervous. After all, her attitude towards Zhuowen wasn't good. If Zhuowen's identity was extraordinary, the Ruan family might not be able to help her when he came looking for trouble. Say it. Master Demon spat out another word. His voice was filled with an unquestionable tone. Lang Ying's delicate body trembled and she quickly said, this Zhuowen is a youth that our Ruan family saved along the way. After our Ruan family stopped at this open space, Zhuowen disappeared without a trace. In fact, we are also looking for Zhuowen right now. Lang Ying naturally couldn't tell them about her snatching Zhuowen's spirit ring. She only gave a brief description of the situation. Master Demon's brows slightly knitted. After giving Lang Ying a cold glance, he stared at Ruan Lingyu and asked, is this girl right? Wan Lingyu's beautiful eyes flickered. She gritted her teeth and said, Sister Lingying is right. Zhuowen disappeared without a trace last night. Even now, we still don't know where he went. It seems that Zhuowen is indeed not in this group. Master Demon, let's go search elsewhere. This time, we must capture this kid. Qing Su said to Master Demon. Master Demon nodded. Soon after, the two of them turned into two streaks of light and disappeared on the spot. They went to search elsewhere. After Qing Su and Master Demon left, the group let out a sigh of relief. However, they were even more puzzled in their hearts. They didn't know why the two overlords were looking for Zhuowen, who was merely an ultimate emperor realm cultivator. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the two overlords were looking for Zhuowen for no good reason. After all, Qing Su had just said that he wanted to capture Zhuowen. Could it be that Zhuowen has some kind of treasure on him? He actually caused two overlords to search for him at the same time. Lin Ying's beautiful eyes flickered. She already had some guesses in her heart. Zhuowen's origin was unknown and his identity was mysterious. Moreover, it seemed like he was being hunted down. Now that Master Demon and Qing Su had personally come to search for him, Lin Ying knew that Zhuowen must have something on him that made Master Demon and Qing Su envious. Otherwise, the two overlords wouldn't join forces to search for a mere ultimate emperor realm cultivator. Swoosh! A silhouette flew through the dense forest like a nimble monkey. It was abnormally agile. There's a natural cave up ahead. It's well hidden. Kid, you can go there and cultivate during this period of time. Xiao Hei's voice sounded in Yi Shiwen's ear. Zhuowen nodded and increased his speed. Before long, he arrived in front of the cave that Xiao Hei had mentioned. The cave was located at the bottom of a steep cliff. Moreover, there was a dense bush in front of the cave. If one didn't pay close attention, they wouldn't be able to discover the cave at all. This cave is indeed well hidden. It's very suitable for secluded cultivation. Zhuowen nodded when he arrived at the entrance of the cave. He was extremely satisfied with the hidden cave. After entering the cave, Zhuowen discovered that the cave was extremely deep. Moreover, it was slanted downwards. Could there be another world below this cave? After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen finally decided to go deeper into the cave. He wanted to see just what was at the end of the cave. Zhuowen soon arrived at the end of the cave. He soon discovered that there was another cave at the end of the cave. Moreover, this cave was exactly the same as the one under the demon Buddha Bodhi tree. Moreover, there was a statue at the center of this cave. Moreover, this statue's appearance was exactly the same as the one under the demon Buddha Bodhi tree. It was also the image of a young man. However, the only difference between this statue and the one in the cave was that one side of the statue wasn't covered in golden light while the other side was covered in demonic shadows. Instead, the golden Buddha and black demonic shadows were intertwined in this statue. They blended together like water and milk and appeared to be rather harmonious. Emptiness in a single thought. Buddha and demonic merge. Incarnation as ancient, heavenly Tao as divine. A faint voice resounded in the cave. However, this statue was much more peaceful than the one in the cave. After the voice rang out, there wasn't any earth-shattering phenomenon like before. What's going on with this statue? Zhuowen stared at the statue in front of him suspiciously. Regardless of whether it was the statue from before or this one, they both gave him a strange feeling. It's actually him. Xiao Hei's eyes narrowed as she softly muttered to herself. However, Xiao Hei's voice was very soft. Zhuowen's attention was completely focused on the statue in front of him. Therefore, he didn't hear Xiao Hei's words. Kid. There's a small indentation in between the statue's eyebrows. Didn't you obtain the demon Buddha Bodhi seed from the previous cave? Why don't you put it in and take a look? Suddenly, Xiao Hei smiled at Zhuowen. Hearing this, Zhuowen did indeed notice that there was a small indentation in between the statue's eyebrows. After taking out the demon Buddha Bodhi seed from his spirit ring, Zhuowen realized that the size of the Bodhi seed was just right for the indentation between the statue's eyebrows. Could it be a coincidence? With his eyes flickering, Zhuowen slowly pressed the demon Buddha Bodhi seed into the indentation between the statue's eyebrows. Swoosh! At that moment, the Buddha shadow and demon shadow that blended together on the surface of the statue in front of Zhuowen suddenly became clear. Then, the statue's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. In those eyes, there was the sun, the moon, the stars, the sky, and the earth. It was as though there was a world inside. Staring at the pair of eyes, Zhuowen was instantly immersed in them. He was stunned on the spot and didn't move at all, just like a statue. I wonder what this guy left behind. In ancient times, this guy was as famous as Emperor Wind Thunder, the arrogant guy. Chapter 904. The fighting Buddha demon saint, the boundless sky, the cracked earth, the barren weeds, the decadent ruins and the densely packed light spots in the air. When Zhuowen opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the strange scene before him. Where is this? Looking at the strange scene before him, Zhuowen knitted his brows and the doubt in his eyes grew. He remembered that he was still in the underground cave. How did he end up in such a strange space? Boom! 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 Suddenly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Zhuowen was caught off guard and he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Two figures with heavenly might descended in the space. Zhuowen raised his head and looked at the two figures that suddenly descended. His eyes were filled with horror. Buddha and demon. Two huge figures. One was an ancient Buddha that was covered in golden light and the other was a demon with demonic shadows lingering around him. One Buddha and one demon, they quietly faced each other in the void. The ancient Buddha was peaceful while the demon went berserk. Kill! The demon stomped his foot and countless demonic chi burst out. Terrifying energy filled the air and caused the entire space to tremble. The demon instantly closed in on the ancient Buddha. He spat out his right palm and the demonic chi turned into a huge demon hand that pressed down on the ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha was still as serene as ever. His originally squinted eyes slowly opened. A pair of golden Buddha eyes stared indifferently at the demon above. His pair of Buddha palms were put together as he slowly faced the demon above. The Buddha's light was as bright as the sun. Boom! The demonic chi and the Buddha's force instantly clashed. Golden light and black light intertwined in the entire space and created a dazzling golden black color. The sky was no longer blue and the earth was no longer brown. The golden black color had already filled the entire space. Looking around, there were no other colors. In the golden black light, the battle between the ancient Buddha and the demon instantly broke out. They fought from the sky to the ground, from the ground to the sky, and from the sky to the void. The Buddhist light and the demonic chi tangled with each other, neither giving way to the other. A terrifying power spread out, causing the sky to collapse, the earth to crack, and the entire space to disintegrate. Zhuowen was like an insignificant ant. He could only watch as the Buddha and the demon fought back and forth. They were too powerful. With a flip of their hands, the sky collapsed. With a flip of their hands, the earth cracked. This sort of horrifying power had Zhuowen shuddering in fear. At the same time, he had a strong desire for this sort of heavenly might. Even the heavens and earth had collapsed. This kind of power was simply unimaginable to Zhuowen in the past. It was too terrifying. The Buddha and the devil had boundless combat power, but no one could do anything to the other. This battle had lasted for so long that even the Buddha and the devil had forgotten about time. They were just fighting against each other mechanically. One thought to become a Buddha, another to become a devil. The Buddha and the devil cannot coexist, and the two thoughts will eventually turn to ashes. A sigh reverberated through the world. Following that, Zhuowen realized that the Buddha and the devil that were entangled in the void had all collapsed, turning into thumb-sized Bodhi seeds, one golden and one black. Buddha and the devil Bodhi seeds. Looking at the Bodhi seeds that the Buddha and the devil had turned into, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Naturally, he could recognize that this was the Buddha and the devil Bodhi seeds that he had obtained previously. Swoosh! An imposing figure suddenly darted out from a crack in the void. This person had delicate features and wore a white robe. He was a young bald monk. This monk put his palms together and looked at the Buddha and the devil Bodhi seeds that were floating in the air. He sighed softly and said, "The Buddha and the devil cannot coexist." As he muttered softly, the bald monk moved his right hand and took the Buddha and the devil Bodhi seeds into his hand. His clear eyes had a solemn look. No one knew what he was thinking about. The Buddha and the devil cannot coexist. The bald monk looked at the Buddha and the devil Bodhi seeds quietly and motionlessly. Light flowed in his eyes. Just like that, one day, 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, he looked at the Buddha and the devil Bodhi seeds like a statue. Gradually, half of the bald monk's body turned golden and the other half demonic. The two colors of gold and black flickered and changed on both sides of his body. Finally, the bald monk's motionless body suddenly moved. He held the Buddha and the devil Bodhi seeds in his right hand and slowly pressed them between his eyebrows. Boom! The moment the Buddha and the devil Bodhi seeds were pressed between his eyebrows, the golden light and demonic shadows on both sides of the young monk's body trembled. Then, they surged into his forehead and the young monk returned to his original state. His body no longer had the golden light and demonic shadows. Instead, it became spotless, like a lotus leaf that had emerged from the mud. However, the Buddha and the devil Bodhi seeds in between the young monk's eyebrows underwent a huge change. It turned into a strange eye that was half golden and half black. The golden light and black light flowed and changed in this eye. The Buddha and the devil eye appears. Ha! The young monk laughed loudly. The intersecting golden and black eye in between his eyebrows shot out a beam of golden and black light. It pierced through the sky and shattered the void. At the same time, not long after the young monk left, the space began to collapse. In the end, it turned into countless tiny dust particles. When Zhuowen came back to his senses, he looked at the statue in front of him and could not help but take a few steps back. At this moment, the Buddha and the devil Bodhi seeds in between the statue's eyebrows had undergone a huge change. It had turned into a golden and black eye. If one took a closer look, one would be able to see that the golden black eye contained a Buddha shadow and a demon shadow. Two stalwart figures were constantly clashing within the eye. It was a pair of destructive eyes that contained both the power of Buddha and the demon at the same time. Buddha and the devil eye. Is what happened in that space real? Zhuowen's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Whoosh! At this moment, Xiao He also landed on Zhuowen's shoulder. Her small eyes were filled with excitement. She muttered softly, "It's the Buddha and the devil eye." He actually left the Buddha and the devil eye behind. "Kid, your luck is here. You know about the Buddha and the devil eye?" Zhuowen could not help but ask when he saw Xiao He's expression. "I've only heard about it. In ancient times, there was a powerful Buddha and a demonic figure. The two were at odds with each other. Hence, a great war broke out. That war was so fierce that the sun and moon lost their light. Even the heavens collapsed. However, the strength of the Buddha and the demonic figure was similar. In the end, the Buddha and the demonic figure fell one after another and turned into the Buddha and the devil Bodhi seeds. Later on, the Buddha and the devil Bodhi seeds were obtained by a Buddhist expert. This person was extremely talented and had a strange way of thinking. He had always been pursuing the power of the Buddha and the demonic figure. In other words, the ultimate destructive power of the fusion of the Buddha and the demonic figure. In the end, after 1,000 years of comprehension, he refined the Buddha and the devil Bodhi seeds into the powerful Buddha and the devil eye. At this point, Xiao Hei's face revealed a tinge of admiration. It was obvious that he admired the Buddhist expert. Then who is that expert? Zhuowen knew that the Buddhist expert that Xiao Hei was talking about should be the young monk in the space. This person entered the path of the Buddha and the demonic figure and gave birth to the Buddha and the devil eye. He could control the power of the Buddha and the demonic figure. He could even combine the power of the Buddha and the demonic figure to unleash a powerful force. This person was very famous in ancient times. His name was the Fighting Buddha Demon Saint. Kid. The Fighting Buddha Demon Saint was also a terrifying saint. He was as famous as Sir God Fenglai in ancient times. You should know that Sir God Fenglai possessed the holy symbol of Fenglai and had a unique advantage. However, the Fighting Buddha Demon Saint relied on his own comprehension of the Buddha and the devil eye to contend with Sir God Fenglai. This showed that he was extraordinary. The two of them could be considered as the rising stars of the ancient era. Many people even thought that they were peerless monsters who could ascend to the divine realm. However, the great calamity 10,000 years ago completely changed the fate of the monstrous geniuses of that era. Blackie sighed. Zhuowen's face revealed a shocked expression. He did not expect the young monk to have such a powerful background. From the title of the Fighting Buddha Demon Saint, he could tell that this person was extraordinary. Kid. Because of this statue, the Buddha and the demon Bodhi seed has been completely transformed into the Buddha demon eye. You don't need to refine it anymore. Now, what you need to do is to transplant the Buddha demon eye into your glabella. If you succeed in the transplant, not only will your damaged sea of consciousness be completely restored, but you will also be able to control the power of the Buddha and the demonic figure. The benefits to you will be unimaginable. Zhuowen frowned and said with uncertainty, Xiao Hei. Are you sure that the transplant of the Buddha demon eye won't be dangerous? Nonsense. Of course there will be danger. If the transplant fails, your sea of consciousness will be completely destroyed and will never be able to recover. Xiao Hei rolled his eyes and continued, however, it's a good thing that you have the Buddha and demon dual polarity earth on you. This thing has a very good protective effect for the transplant of the Buddha demon eye. It can greatly increase the success rate of the transplant. The Buddha and demon dual polarity earth can actually increase the success rate of the transplant of the Buddha demon eye. Zhuowen asked in surprise. As he spoke, a piece of soil that was a mixture of gold and black appeared in Zhuowen's hand. It was the Buddha and demon dual polarity earth that Zhuowen had obtained previously. Place the Buddha and demon dual polarity earth near the glabella of the statue in front of you. The power of the Buddha demon eye is very terrifying. Without the help of the Buddha and demon dual polarity earth, you won't be able to withstand it. Xiao Hei said indifferently. Nodding his head, Zhuowen held the Buddha and demon dual polarity earth in his right hand and used his yuan power to make the Buddha and demon dual polarity earth adhere to the surface of his palm. Then, he reached into the glabella of the statue. Rumble. A terrifying Buddha and demon force flowed out, causing Zhuowen's right hand to feel numb. However, Zhuowen also realized that the Buddha and demon dual polarity earth that adhered to the surface of his palm was like a soft sponge, dissolving the Buddha and demon force. To be more precise, it absorbed the Buddha and demon force. Come out. Grabbing the Buddha demon eye, Zhuowen pulled it back. Instantly, the Buddha demon eye was pulled out by him. The golden black light immediately filled the entire cave. At the same time, the Buddha and demon shadows intertwined and circled around the cave. Zhuowen spread out his right hand, and the strange eye of the Buddha and the demonic shadow appeared at the same time, quietly lying in the center of his palm. The pupil of this eye also emitted a strange golden black color. If one were to look at this pupil carefully, one would see a huge Buddha and demonic shadow in it. Swoosh! Chapter 905. Transplanting the Buddha demon eye, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with determination. His sea of consciousness had already been messed up by Emperor Qing and he could barely use any mental energy. On the other hand, the Buddha demon eye could help Zhuowen reconstruct his sea of consciousness. It could even make his sea of consciousness stronger. Moreover, even if it failed, the price would only be his sea of consciousness being completely destroyed. Zhuowen felt that this price was not too high. After all, his sea of consciousness was already in such a state and it was no different from being destroyed. Even if the transplanting of the Buddha demon eye failed, it wouldn't be a great loss to Zhuowen. In fact, what Zhuowen didn't know was that this price was under the premise that he had the Buddha and demon polarity earth. If he didn't have the Buddha and demon polarity earth to help offset the side effects of the Buddha demon eye, the price might not be so little. It might even endanger his life. Then let's begin. Xiao He nodded. With a wave of her right hand, the Buddha and demon polarity earth on Zhuowen's palm immediately wrapped around the Buddha demon eye. Then, under Xiao He's control, it slowly moved towards the center of Zhuowen's brows. Finally, the Buddha demon eye arrived at the center of Zhuowen's brows. Zhuowen only felt a sharp pain between his brows. Then, he could clearly feel that the Buddha and demon polarity earth that wrapped around the Buddha demon eye was slowly moving towards the center of Zhuowen's brows. Fine beads of sweat dripped down from Zhuowen's forehead. Zhuowen's body was also constantly trembling. His face was pale and bloodless, as if he was a bedridden patient. Kid. The process of transplanting the Buddha demon eye is extremely slow and extremely important. If there's even the slightest bit of negligence, all the previous efforts will be wasted. Therefore, you have to endure it and don't pass out halfway. Xiao He's cautious voice once again resounded in Zhuowen's mind. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He gritted his teeth and endured the sharp pain between his brows, maintaining a clear mind at all times. Just as Zhuowen was transplanting the Buddha demon eye in the cave, the faces of Demon Daozi and Qing Su in the air above the dense forest weren't looking too good. The two of them had been searching this dense forest for an entire day and night. With their speed, they had practically searched the entire dense forest several times, but they still couldn't find any traces of Zhuowen. Looks like Zhuowen should have left this forest. Qing Su, I won't accompany you to search here. Goodbye. Master Demon coldly glanced at Master Qing Su beside him. After saying this, he simply left the forest. It was clear that Master Demon didn't want to waste his efforts. Qing Su's expression was extremely ugly. Because Demon Daoist had obtained the Buddha Demon Bodhi tree from him, this could be considered a great harvest. Therefore, his desire for Zhuowen was not as strong as before. However, Qing Su was different. He had painstakingly pulled out the Buddha Demon Bodhi tree and originally thought it would be a great harvest. He didn't expect Demon Daozi to snatch it away and end up giving it to someone else. In addition, Zhuowen's nascent soul was very attractive to him. Therefore, Qing Su's desire to find Zhuowen was much stronger than Demon Daozi's. He really wasn't willing to return empty-handed. Thinking of this, Qing Su didn't return to Yen City like Demon Daozi. Instead, he began to frantically search the dense forest like a madman, not letting go of any corner. 3 days later, Qing Su quietly floated above the dense forest. His face was ashen. He had been desperately searching for 3 days, but he still hadn't found any clues. Forget it. With a sigh, Qing Su took a step and disappeared above the dense forest. Clearly, he had also given up on searching for Zhuowen. What Qing Su didn't know was that not long after he left the dense forest, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes in an extremely remote cave in the dense forest. At this moment, an eye intertwined with golden and black light gently opened between his eyebrows. In an instant, Zhuowen's body was shrouded by the Buddha's shadow and the demon's shadow. It made Zhuowen look dignified but also evil. It was like a contradictory combination. In Zhuowen's knowledge sea, an ancient Buddha and a demon stood opposite each other. Demon Qi and Buddha Qi intertwined and filled Zhuowen's knowledge sea. Moreover, Zhuowen found that the ancient Buddha in his knowledge sea possessed a powerful Buddha Qi that was constantly combining with the great sun Nirvana Qi in his body. Under such a combination, the ancient Buddha and the great sun Nirvana Qi were constantly growing stronger. This ancient Buddha is actually operating the great sun Nirvana Qi in my body. Feeling the surging great sun Nirvana Qi in the meridians in his body, Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly. He was pleasantly surprised. The great sun Nirvana Qi is a Buddhist cultivation method. Since there is an ancient Buddha in your knowledge sea, it will bring unimaginable benefits to your cultivation of the great sun Nirvana Qi. Xiao He came to Zhuowen's shoulder and teased him. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. Suddenly, he had an idea and said, if the ancient Buddha in my knowledge sea brings unimaginable benefits to my cultivation of the Buddhist cultivation method, then wouldn't the demon in my knowledge sea be of great benefit to my cultivation of the demon sex cultivation method? Indeed. The ancient Buddha and demon in your knowledge sea both contain the origin of the Buddha and the demon sect. As long as you have the Buddha and the demon sex cultivation method in your body, you don't need to cultivate it yourself. The cultivation method in your body will automatically operate. Xiao He nodded and continued, moreover, since the demon in your knowledge sea contains the essence of the demon sect, it will bring unimaginable benefits to your control over the power of the blood demon. After all, you still have the blood inheritance seal in your hands. The blood demon will not be able to do anything to you. Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly. If what Xiao He said was true, then with the existence of the demon in his knowledge sea, wouldn't it mean that he could control the power of the demon sect from back then? Back then, when Zhuowen had been possessed by the demon sect, the power that he controlled was indeed extremely powerful. If Zhuowen could control that power back then, Zhuowen's strength would have increased by several times. Kid. With the Buddha demon eye, you can now switch between the Buddha and demon states. If you switch to the Buddha state, then your cultivation of the Buddha sex cultivation method will be extremely fast. If you switch to the demon state, then you can use the demon sex Tao to cultivate the power of the demon sect. Furthermore, your current strength isn't too strong. You won't be able to unleash the true power of the Buddha demon eye. However, just the switching between the Buddha and demon states will bring unimaginable benefits to your strength, Xiao He said plainly. Zhuowen also knew how powerful the Buddha demon eye was. After all, it was the third eye of the fighting Buddha demon sage. The fighting Buddha demon sage was one of the existences that were closest to God in ancient times. Naturally, the Buddha demon eye was extremely powerful. However, the current Zhuowen was still too weak. Naturally, it was difficult for him to unleash the full power of the Buddha demon eye. Let's talk about it after I recover my strength. As for the Buddha demon eye, it won't be too late to study it after my strength has fully recovered. Slowly closing the Buddha demon eye, Zhuowen waved his right hand and took out the yuanying of the white-brow heavenly master. Zhuowen. What are you trying to do now? The white-brow heavenly master glared at Zhuowen as soon as he appeared. At the same time, there was a trace of fear on his face. What else can I do? Can't you see that I'm only a three-wheel ultimate emperor? Naturally, I'll use you to help me recover my strength. Zhuowen sneered. He grabbed the white-brow heavenly master with his right hand and began to silently absorb the power of the white-brow heavenly master's yuanying. The pitiful white-brow heavenly master could only allow himself to be carried by Zhuowen in humiliation. He allowed Zhuowen to absorb the power of his yuanying. Although he howled in protest, Zhuowen didn't even spare him a glance. Time flowed by, and a month's time quickly passed. Within the lush forest, countless birds flew past, and a gentle breeze blew past, causing the fallen leaves on the ground to flutter. Boom! An explosive sound suddenly rang out. In an inconspicuous corner of the dense forest, there was a cave. At this moment, the cave actually collapsed, bursting into countless pieces of rubble. A figure stepped out from the rubble. This person had a delicate face. He was about 20 years old. His black hair fluttered in the wind and there was a smile on his face. After a month, I've finally completely recovered my cultivation. Ha! White-brow Heavenly Master, thank you for taking care of me this month. This person was Zhuowen. At this moment, the ball of light in Zhuowen's right hand was so dim that it was almost transparent. The white-brow Heavenly Master within the ball of light was extremely weak. Over the past month, Zhuowen had basically taken everything from him. His Yuanying's power had almost been completely absorbed by Zhuowen. If it weren't for the fact that a Heavenly Master's Yuanying was extremely powerful, the white-brow Heavenly Master's soul would probably have dissipated by now. Zhuowen! You bastard, what do you take me for? Bastard! White-brow Heavenly Master roared through gritted teeth. Do you want to recover your physical body? Zhuowen suddenly said. The originally furious white-brow Heavenly Master was stunned when he heard Zhuowen's words. Immediately, he said somewhat incredulously, "You're willing to recover my physical body? If you acknowledge me as your master, after I reach Yen City, I'll immediately gather the materials and refine a physical body for you, returning you the freedom and dignity of an Empyrean realm powerhouse. How about it?" Zhuowen said with a faint smile. But White-brow Heavenly Master's expression was ugly as he said coldly, "You want me to acknowledge you as my master? Are you dreaming? You, a junior, actually also want me to acknowledge you as my master? Although I'm a junior, you were defeated at my hands back then. Could it be that this isn't enough? Furthermore, if you keep living in the state of Yuanying, as time passes, you'll only become weaker and weaker. Furthermore, you won't be able to cultivate to replenish your energy. You'll die without a doubt. Could it be that you feel that you have another choice?" Zhuowen said with a sneer. White-brow Heavenly Master's face darkened, his eyes flickering endlessly. It was unknown what he was thinking about. "I'll only give you 3 breaths of time. If I count to 3 and you don't make a decision, I'll personally take action and make your soul dissipate, thoroughly vanishing from this world." Zhuowen's words at this moment were filled with cold killing intent. His words were absolutely not joking. White-brow Heavenly Master's face turned stiff, his gaze gloomy. 1. 2. 3. Talking up to here, the killing intent in Zhuowen's gaze was seemingly corporeal, piercing until White-brow Heavenly Master's entire body trembled. Chapter 906. The 5 celestial venerable servants. The corners of Zhuowen's lips curled up when he saw celestial venerate White-brow yield. He faintly smiled and said, "Since you've accepted me as your master, extract a strand of your soul origin and give it to me for safekeeping." Celestial venerate White-brow's face changed slightly. Soul origin was his most important thing. If Zhuowen obtained it, his life would be completely under Zhuowen's control. However, Celestial Venerate White-brow had no choice but to yield. He did not want his soul to disperse just like that. After all, it was not easy for him to reach the Celestial Venerate level. If he encountered a fortuitous encounter in the future, he might even be able to reach the Emperor realm. How could he be willing to let his soul disperse just like that? "Hurry up!" Zhuowen urged coldly. Celestial Venerate White-brow gently sighed. He tapped his forehead with his right hand and a golden line was extracted from the depths of his forehead. It quietly hovered above his palm. This was a strand of his soul origin. At that moment, Celestial Venerate White-brow's face paled and his body trembled. His nascent soul also became fainter. Clearly, extracting the soul origin had affected him quite a bit. Swish! Zhuowen accepted Celestial Venerate White-brow's soul origin and pressed it into his sea of consciousness. Afterward, he flipped his right hand and pressed it against Celestial Venerate White-brow's ball of light. Strands of surging origin energy surged into the ball of light. Immediately, Celestial Venerate White-brow's fainter body gradually solidified. Celestial Venerate Whitebrow looked at Zhuowen in surprise when he felt the surging origin energy enter his body. Clearly, he had not expected Zhuowen to do something like this. There's no need to look at me like that. Since you've already given me your soul origin, you're mine now. I basically won't mistreat my own people, Zhuowen said indifferently. Celestial Venerate Whitebrow nodded. He did not say anything else, but there was a sliver of surprise in his eyes. Zhuowen waved his right hand and 4 balls of light appeared in front of him. They were the nascent souls of Guanhan Heavenly Lord, Huang Jiao Heavenly Lord, Shiyu, and Ziyang Tianzuan. At this moment, the nascent souls of the 4 celestial sovereigns opened their eyes and glared at Zhuowen. Ziyang Tianzuan said coldly to Zhuowen, "How long are you going to seal our nascent souls? I will give the 4 of you a choice. First, hand over your soul essence and acknowledge me as your master. Not only will I unlock the seal on your nascent souls, I will also help you reconstruct your fleshly bodies. Second, your souls will be destroyed immediately," Zhuowen said coldly. What? When the 4 Empyreans heard this, they were all shocked. Zhuowen actually wanted them to acknowledge him as their master. They were dignified Empyrean powerhouses, but they actually had to acknowledge a junior as their master. How was this possible? Are you dreaming? This old man would rather have his soul destroyed than recognize a junior like you, who stinks of milk, as my master. Empyrean Zi Yang snorted coldly. He was actually not afraid of Zhuowen's threat. With Ziyang Tianzuan as an example, the other 3 Empyreans did not give in. They all glared at Zhuowen angrily. Do the 4 of you think that I, Zhuowen, won't dare to do anything to you? Zhuowen stared at Ziyang Tianzuan and said coldly, "Since you are so stubborn, I will fulfill your wish and destroy your soul." After saying that, Zhuowen blasted out his right palm and enveloped Ziyang Tianzuan. Terrifying origin energy poured out like the might of the heavens. Ziyang Tianzuan's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge Zhuowen's palm. Unfortunately, his nascent soul was imprisoned in a ball of light and could not resist at all. Boom! With a palm smashing down, Empyrean Zi Yang was directly slapped into the ground, smashing out a crater that was several feet wide. At the same time, Zhuowen's attack was not slow. Terrifying attacks mercilessly swept toward Ziyang Tianzuan below. For a moment, terrifying origin energy fluctuations constantly circulated in the space. Meanwhile, Heavenly Venerate Zi Yang's heart-wrenching cries were like midnight snacks that echoed endlessly, causing Guanhan, Xie and Huang Liang's scalps to go numb. Zhuowen was serious. He was not just joking. If they did not obey him, their souls would be scattered. Thinking of this, the 3 celestial sovereigns could not help but panic. Soon, the screams below gradually weakened. Zhuowen's right hand sucked, and Ziyang Tianzuan's nascent soul was held in Zhuowen's hand. At this moment, Ziyang Tianzuan's nascent soul had become extremely faint. Zhuowen did not show any mercy just now. Ziyang Tianzuan was now like a dead dog, gasping for breath. Go to hell. Zhuowen's cold voice rang out. His eyes were full of cold killing intent. A terrifying origin energy was spat out, trying to completely annihilate Ziyang Tianzuan's nascent soul. No. I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to hand over my soul origin and recognize you as my master. Empyrean Zi Yang screamed in horror. His voice was sharp and shrill. He finally realized how ruthless Zhuowen was. If he really didn't obey, Zhuowen might really annihilate him. He was a supreme expert at the peak of the Empyrean realm, only half a step away from stepping into the Imperial power realm. After cultivating for a lifetime, he had already reached this level. How could Ziyang Tianzuan be willing to die like this? Previously, the reason why he was so unyielding was not only because of his own pride, but also because he thought that Zhuowen would not really attack him. However, Zhuowen's behavior was far beyond his expectations. He actually wanted to completely annihilate him, so Zhang Tianzuan was afraid and surrendered. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up. He stopped attacking and said indifferently, "If you surrender to me, you don't have to feel that it's not worth it. I, Zhuowen, promise you that if I reach the imperial realm one day, I will return your soul origin and set you free." As soon as these words came out, Zhang Tianzuan, who was still a little unwilling, completely surrendered. Zhuowen had already made a promise, which could be considered as benevolent. If he did not know what was good for him, then only death would await him. "Greetings, Master." Zhang Tianzuan knelt on one knee and touched his forehead with his right hand. Without hesitation, he pulled out a wisp of his soul origin and handed it to Zhuowen. Since Zhang Tianzuan had already done so, the Guanhan Heavenly Sovereign and the other two did not insist. They also took out their soul origin and handed it to Zhuowen. After pressing the 4 soul origins into their foreheads, Zhuowen said to Zhang Tianzuan and the others, "Reconstructing your physical bodies requires a huge amount of resources. After I go to Yen City, I will think of a way for you. During this period of time, keep them in your spirit rings for a while." "Yes." Zhang Tianzuan and the others did not refuse. They cupped their hands and were all kept in Zhuowen's spirit rings. "It's time to go to Yen City," Zhuowen muttered to himself. With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky above the dense forest. At the end of a vast and boundless plain, a huge city stood on the plain like a savage giant beast, as if it had existed since ancient times. Strangely, there was a monstrous sea of fire in the sky above this huge city. This sea of fire spread and covered the entire city. This city that was shrouded in the sea of fire was the most prosperous city in the Yen Xian Empire, Yen City. Swoosh! A stream of light instantly arrived near Yen City. When he saw the endless sea of fire in the sky above the city, his eyes were filled with shock. This person was indeed Zhuowen, who had traveled non-stop for 3 days. As expected, the core cities of the empire are all extraordinary. As he stared at the Yen city before him, Zhuowen could not help but recall the royal city of the Qing Xian Empire. In the sky above the royal city, there was an illusory shadow of a huge dragon, while this Yen city was a sea of fire. Evidently, the cities that were overseen by emperor-level experts would all have their own strange phenomena in the sky above them. The Qing emperor was like this, and so was the Yen emperor of the Yen Xian Empire. I wonder which part of Yen City is Miss Lingyu's Ruan clan. Zhuowen softly muttered to himself. His feet did not slow down as he directly stepped into Yen City. Back when he was with the Ruan clan, Zhuowen had promised Ruan Lingyu that once his cultivation recovered, he would help her expel the cold qi in her body. However, Zhuowen had already changed his appearance before entering Yen City. After all, his true appearance had been seen by Mo Ying and Zui Qingfeng. Given the importance the two of them placed on rare treasures, they would definitely report Zhuowen to the sect behind him. If Zhuowen swaggered into Yen City with his original appearance, he would undoubtedly be courting death. At this moment, Zhuowen's appearance had already turned into that of a waxen youth. He looked sickly, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Furthermore, he had already retracted his venerable stage aura, only revealing the cultivation of an ultimate two-wheel emperor. After all, possessing the aura of a venerable stage cultivator at such a young age would undoubtedly attract the attention of many. That would greatly increase the chances of his identity being exposed. Most of the people walking on the streets of Yen City were cultivators. Furthermore, there was no lack of powerful ultimate emperor stage cultivators. One could even see a few ultimate venerable stage cultivators. However, there were very few of them and most of them were ultimate emperor stage cultivators. Many cultivators had set up stalls on both sides of the street, selling all sorts of things. There were soul treasures, secret techniques, armor techniques, elixirs and so on. As long as it was related to the martial Tao, the surrounding stalls would sell everything. As he looked at the stalls on both sides of the street, Zhuowen asked Xiao He in his heart, Xiao He. What materials do you need to reconstruct a body? Xiao He sneered, kid. Do you think that reconstructing a body is easy? You've already destroyed the bodies of those 5 heavenly sovereigns. It won't be that easy to reconstruct a body suitable for them. Zhuowen raised his eyebrows slightly as a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. It seemed that he had underestimated the difficulty of reconstructing a body. It's a good thing that you've only reconstructed the body of a heavenly sovereign. If it was the body of an emperor realm cultivator, your current wealth would be enough to bankrupt you. Xiao He ridiculed. Is the price that high? Zhuowen was somewhat speechless. Of course it's high. With the amount of spirit stones you currently have, I feel that it would be a little difficult to reconstruct the body of heavenly sovereign by Mei, let alone Xiang Tianzuan. Xiao He said indifferently. Chapter 907. Setting up a stall, kid. Don't you have quite a few useless soul treasures on you? If you exchange these soul treasures for spirit stones, you will gain quite a bit of wealth. At that time, you will be able to purchase the materials needed to reconstruct your body. Xiao He suddenly said to Zhuowen. Upon hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes brightened. Xiao He was right. Now that his cultivation had reached the utmost being stage, earthly soul treasures were no longer of much use to him and could be exchanged for spirit stones. The street vendors on both sides of Yen City are so busy. I can find a stall here to sell soul treasures from spirit rings. As he spoke, Zhuowen turned his attention to the situation on both sides of the street. However, he was astonished to find that both sides of the street were completely occupied by vendors. There was basically no empty space at all. This caused Zhuowen to feel rather depressed. After walking for a while, Zhuowen suddenly discovered a middle-aged man on the left in front of him. Perhaps he had some matters to attend to, so he hurriedly packed up his stall and hurriedly left. After the middle-aged man left, Zhuowen took a step forward and arrived at the stall in an instant. With a flick of his finger, he retrieved a brocade cloth from his spirit ring and spread it on the ground. At the stall next to Zhuowen's was a burly man. This burly man's aura was vigorous and he was an ultimate four-will emperor. When he saw that Zhuowen was young, his complexion was waxen and his aura was weak, a trace of disdain involuntarily appeared on his face. Zhuowen did not pay attention to the burly man's expression. With another flick of his finger, he retrieved 2 glowing earthly soul treasures. One of them was a pitch-black longsword, while the other was a brocade cloth. They were likely defensive soul treasures. Of course, given Zhuowen's inventory, it was impossible for him to only have 2 earthly soul treasures on him. However, taking out too many at once would inevitably arouse the greed of others. Oh. 2 earthly soul treasures. The burly man next door originally had a look of disdain on his face. However, when he saw Zhuowen casually take out 2 earthly soul treasures, he could not help but reveal a trace of emotion. Moreover, looking at the surface of the soul treasures on Zhuowen's stall, the quality was obviously not low. The glow emitted by the surface of the earthly soul treasure quickly attracted the attention of the passers-by. They were all attracted by Zhuowen's earthly soul treasure. Earth-rank spirit treasures were extremely rare to low-level Ultimate Emperor realm cultivators. Once they possessed an earth-rank spirit treasure, their combat strength would increase by quite a bit. However, when the cultivators in the surroundings saw that the owner of the stall was a young man with a sallow complexion, they couldn't help but be surprised. In particular, the young man's aura wasn't very strong. He was only around the level of a second-wheel Ultimate Emperor. Generally speaking, Earth-rank spirit treasures would be of great help to second-wheel Ultimate Emperor realm cultivators, but this young man was selling them. Moreover, he was selling 2 at once, so everyone couldn't help but guess that he had more than 2 Earth-rank spirit treasures. After all, someone who could casually take out 2 earthly soul treasures like this would definitely have better soul treasures on him that he could use. When they thought of this, the eyes of some of the cultivators in the surroundings flickered. No one knew what they were thinking. A middle-aged man with a goatee walked out and asked Zhuowen with a smile, "Little brother, how much are you selling this longsword soul treasure for?" "Fixed price. 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones." Zhuowen said indifferently. This pitch-black longsword was a high-grade earth-rank spirit treasure. It was very powerful. If an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator possessed it, it would be of great help to them. Therefore, 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones was not considered expensive. The middle-aged man with the goatee frowned slightly. It was obvious that Zhuowen's price was too high, causing him to hesitate. "Little brother. Sell it to me for 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. How about we become friends?" The man with the goatee suddenly smiled. Zhuowen shook his head, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. This longsword soul treasure could cut through iron like it was mud. Its power was vast and mighty. Even 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones was not considered expensive. However, this man actually wanted to buy it for 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. How could there be such a good deal? "What? Are you looking down on me?" The man with the goatee's expression was cold as he stared fixedly at Zhuowen. There was a trace of cold killing intent in his eyes. He did not even try to conceal his killing intent at all. Zhuowen's gaze gradually turned cold when he sensed the killing intent from the man with the goatee. This man with the goatee actually wanted to kill him just because he, Zhuowen, refused to sell his soul treasure. The surrounding men all revealed looks of ridicule. They all knew that this young man who had set up the stall was only a second-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. There were certain unspoken rules when setting up a stall in Yen City. If the stall owner was weak and the items he took out were extremely precious, then it was very easy for stronger customers to bully him or even rob him. "Little brother. I've already given you a lot of face and was willing to buy your soul treasure longsword for 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. However, you don't appreciate it. How about this? I'll give you another chance. Sell it to me for 300 mid-grade spirit stones and I won't pursue your rudeness," the man with the goatee said coldly. Scram. Zhuowen did not want to waste any more words with the man with the goatee and directly told him to scram. The man with the goatee was getting more and more arrogant. Now, he actually wanted to sell it to him for 300 mid-grade spirit stones. This was no different from selling scrap metal. "You're telling me to scram? Good, good. A mere second-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm Jr. dares to speak to me like this. I think you're tired of living." The man with the goatee was so angry that he laughed. He stomped his foot and the aura of a third-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator burst out. He then formed a palm with his right hand and blasted it at Zhuowen. The surrounding practitioners were not the least bit surprised when they saw this scene. Such fights were all too common in Yen City. In particular, cases of the strong bullying the weak occurred every day. Instead, the surrounding practitioners felt that Zhuowen was too unappreciative. If he had swallowed his pride and sold the longsword soul treasure to the man with the goatee, things would have been much better. Instead, he would likely have to suffer a little now. "Looks like you didn't hear a single word of my words. In that case, I can only beat you until you scram." Zhuowen coldly chuckled. With a flick of his sleeve, Yuan power gushed out from his right palm. His robes fluttered and directly slammed into the man with the goatee's palm. Crack. The clear sound of bones cracking rang out. The man with the goatee's expression stiffened as he saw his right hand being twisted at an irregular angle. An intense pain spread from his right hand, causing the man to involuntarily scream out in pain. Scram. Just as he finished speaking, the man with the goatee was sent flying backwards in an extremely sorry fashion. He crashed heavily a dozen meters away, clutching his completely twisted right arm as he rolled back and forth while screaming in pain. Hiss. When they saw the man with the goatee's completely twisted right arm, everyone knew that his right arm was probably completely crippled. However, they were even more shocked by the strength of the sallow youth. He was clearly only at the second wheel of the Ultimate Emperor realm, but he'd actually crippled a third wheel Ultimate Emperor realm practitioner with a single move. Zhuowen's performance immediately caused fear to appear in the eyes of quite a few practitioners in the surroundings. After sending the man with the goatee flying, Zhuowen continued to sit like a boulder in front of his stall. The man with the goatee had thrown himself into the spear, so he had no one to blame but himself for suffering a great loss. At the same time, Zhuowen also knew that with the man with the goatee as a precedent, the other practitioners would more or less have some misgivings if they wanted to forcefully take something from him. This had saved Zhuowen quite a bit of trouble. Little brother. The stall you're at originally belonged to me. Don't you think it's a little too much for you to casually take over my stall like this? Suddenly, the eyes of the burly man next to Zhuowen flickered as he stared at the two earthly soul treasures on Zhuowen's stall. A bright light flashed in his eyes as his indifferent voice slowly sounded out. Oh. So this is your stall. Turning his head, Zhuowen stared at the brawny man next to him with a cold look in his eyes. He had seen with his own eyes that another cultivator had left due to an urgent matter, so he, Zhuowen, had taken over this stall. Moreover, the stalls on both sides of Yen City were originally free to be used by practitioners. Whoever arrived first would be the first to use it. There was no such thing as this burly man had said. Of course. Little brother, if you wish to continue setting up your stall here, you'll have to pay a certain amount of rent, right? The burly man indifferently said. Rent? Then tell me, how much rent do you want me to pay? Zhuowen followed the burly man's words with a smile. The corners of the burly man's mouth raised slightly. Don't you have two soul treasures on your stall? You only need to take out one as rent and you'll be able to continue setting up your stall here. Zhuowen smiled. He also knew that this burly man's objective was the same as the goateed man's. Both of them had their eyes on the soul treasures on his stall. However, this burly man was even more sinister than the goateed man. He actually wanted to gain something for nothing. However, this burly man did indeed have the qualifications to do so. This was because his cultivation was much stronger than the goateed man's. He had already reached the peak of the ultimate Four Wheels Emperor stage and was many times stronger than the goateed man. Then according to what you've said, all the streets in Yen City belong to you? Does that mean that you're on equal footing with the Flame Emperor? Zhuowen teased. The burly man's expression darkened slightly as he coldly replied, Little brother, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't think that you're all that just because you defeated an ultimate Three Wheels Emperor trash. Let me tell you, there are countless people in Yen City who are stronger than you. You're nothing compared to them. Hee hee. Even if I'm nothing, I'm still stronger than you. What qualifications do you have? What face do you have to actually use an earthly soul treasure as rent? Do you think that I'm a 3-year-old kid, or is there something wrong with your brain? Zhuowen mercilessly retorted. The burly man's expression stiffened. Soon after, a bone-chilling coldness appeared in his eyes as he stared at Zhuowen and said, Do you dare to say that again? What else can you do other than bark like a dog in front of me? Zhuowen icily replied. Die. The burly man roared and actually directly attacked Zhuowen. A fist flew out and a thunderous explosion erupted as wild winds howled around them. Looks like my methods aren't vicious enough. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Chapter 908. SS Stellar Sword. As he spoke, Zhuowen stomped his foot. Facing the burly man's punch, he was not afraid at all. His right hand grabbed the burly man's fist, and his origin energy surged out as he exerted force. Crack! The burly man's right hand was actually broken by Zhuowen. Then, Zhuowen took a step forward without hesitation. His left hand formed a fist, and under the influence of his origin energy, a terrifying gust of wind was stirred up as his fist landed heavily on the burly man's abdomen. Boom! The burly man's entire body arched up like a cooked shrimp. His entire body trembled, and his eyes bulged as he spat out blood. He was like a faucet that could not be stopped. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly became extremely quiet. The goateed man with 3 wheels had been defeated by Zhuowen in a single move. Perhaps the crowd could somewhat understand why he had been defeated. However, this burly man was obviously at the peak of the 4-wheel Ultimate Emperor realm, yet he had ended up in an even worse state than the goateed man. Everyone knew that this extremely unremarkable young man with a sallow complexion had most likely concealed his cultivation. He was at least at the peak of the 5-wheel Ultimate Emperor realm. I was wrong. Let me go. I won't dare to do it again. The burly man's body was arched, and his voice was extremely weak. There was even a trace of fear in his voice. The burly man had never imagined that the young man in front of him would be so terrifying. He had been reduced to such a state with just 1 strike. He knew that this sickly young man could kill him as easily as moving his hand. Thus, the burly man was terrified. He was even more annoyed at himself for provoking this fiend. Is it enough to say that I was wrong? I just heard that you wanted me to die. Now that you realize that you're no match for me, you're begging for mercy. If my strength was weaker than yours, I'm afraid I would have already fallen in your hands. Zhuowen's voice was cold and emotionless. Then, he clenched his left fist, and a trace of golden light flowed around it. Then, he punched the burly man's abdomen again. The burly man did not even make a sound before he exploded into a cloud of blood. Hiss! Gasps could be heard one after another. Looking at the burly man who had exploded into a bloody mist, everyone was stunned. Then, their gazes shifted slightly and landed on Zhuowen. Their eyes were filled with fear. It was too ruthless. The young man before them had an ordinary appearance, and his cultivation didn't seem to be much either. However, the strength that he could unleash was actually so powerful. What made the crowd even more fearful was the ruthless methods of the young man before them. With just a single word of disagreement, he had used a lightning-fast method to completely kill him. Moreover, not even his corpse was left behind. When I do business, I pay particular attention to fairness and justice. If you are interested in buying, I will naturally welcome you. Even if you are not satisfied with my spiritual treasure, I will not pester you too much. However, if some people think that I am easy to bully and want to take it by force, I will kill them even if I am not talented. Even though Zhuowen's voice was not loud, every word was like a gem, exploding in the crowd's ears like thunder. This caused some of the restless practitioners in the surroundings to slowly shrink back. After all, there was the precedent of the goateed man and the burly man. As he gazed at the silent practitioners in the surroundings, the corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up slightly. He did not say anything else as he once again sat down cross-legged at his stall, waiting for the true buyers. With Zhuowen's previous intimidation method, the surrounding practitioners shook their heads and left. Even though they were extremely coveting the earthly soul treasures on Zhuowen's stall, they did not have 5,000 middle-grade spirit stones on them. It was likely that only the disciples of the large clans would be able to take out so many spirit stones. Time gradually passed. The sun, which was originally high in the sky, gradually sank and landed on the ground. The blood-red rays of the setting sun shone upon Yen City, making it appear rather mournful. However, Zhuowen's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. He had already sat here for a day. Even though there were quite a number of practitioners who were attracted by the 2 sold treasures on his stall, after hearing Zhuowen's fixed price, they all shook their heads and left. Looks like setting up a stall is not so easy. Soul treasures are after all too precious. As he muttered to himself, Zhuowen prepared to tidy up his stall. He knew that the majority of the practitioners who shopped at the street stalls were individual practitioners. Without the support of a strong faction, they were basically poor and it was very difficult for them to take out 5,000 middle-grade spirit stones in one go. Brother, please wait a moment. Are you selling these two spiritual treasures in your stall? At this moment, a somewhat scholarly voice sounded out. Soon after, a handsome man dressed in brocade robes led a 16-year-old young lady to Zhuowen's stall. The young lady beside the man stared intently at the longsword soul treasure on Zhuowen's stall. Her eyes were filled with desire. The young lady's expression was too obvious. She clearly wanted the longsword soul treasure on Zhuowen's stall. Zhuowen nodded his head and politely said, "Could it be that this young master wants to buy it?" The scholarly man smiled and nodded his head. Soon after, he turned to the young lady beside him and said, "Su Jin, this longsword soul treasure is an earth upper tier soul treasure. If you like it, how about I buy it for you?" The young lady named Su Jin's beautiful eyes were filled with joy. She hugged the man's arm and excitedly said, "Really? Big brother Zong Xing, you are so nice." The scholarly man affectionately scratched Su Jin's nose and gently laughed. "Weren't you the one who kept talking about the longsword soul treasure some time ago? If I didn't buy it for you earlier, wouldn't my ears have grown calluses from all the noise?" "How could that be?" Su Jin curled her lips and whispered. The scholarly man shook his head helplessly. Soon after, he stared at Zhuowen and said, "Brother, how much are you selling this longsword soul treasure for?" 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Zhuowen calmly said. "An. The price of your longsword soul treasure is quite reasonable. There are 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones in this Qiankuan bag. Brother, you should count carefully." The scholarly man nodded his head. He took out a Qiankuan bag and threw it to Zhuowen. After Zhuowen caught the Qiankuan bag, he casually checked the number of spirit stones in the Qiankuan bag. After confirming that the number was correct, he nodded his head and said, "There are indeed 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones." As he spoke, Zhuowen waved his right hand and threw the longsword soul treasure to the scholarly man. After the latter received the longsword soul treasure, he activated the Yuan Qi in his right hand. Suddenly, the originally black longsword actually emitted a dazzling starlight. The originally unremarkable body of the sword actually became as smooth as water, sparkling and translucent. It looked dreamy and beautiful. This sword is called the Starlight Sword. It has been imbued with the power of the stars. It is as hard as black iron and as sharp as a thin wing. The starlight surrounding the sword has the effect of protecting its owner. It is an extremely good spirit treasure for an ordinary Ultimate Emperor realm practitioner. Zhuowen explained from the side. "Good sword. Brother, if this spirit treasure of yours were to be auctioned, I'm afraid it would be worth more than 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This time, I, Wu Zongxing, have taken advantage of you." The scholarly man laughed heartily. The young girl standing beside the scholarly man, Su Jin, stared at the starlight sword in Wu Zongxing's hand with her beautiful eyes. She didn't expect that the pitch-black longsword soul treasure would actually be so beautiful. As a woman, she was naturally very satisfied with this sword. Wu Zongxing. This person is actually Wu Zongxing. Such a person actually came to a street stall to buy things. I'm afraid he came out to accompany the young girl beside him. That young girl should be Wu Zongxing's beloved younger sister, Wu Sujin. I really didn't expect that this pair of genius siblings would appear here. After the scholarly man announced his name, the surrounding people burst into a frenzy of discussion. Zhuowen also came to know from the surrounding discussions that this man and woman in front of him were actually the direct descendants of the Wu clan. The Wu clan was one of the 4 great clans of Yan City. It was a powerful clan that was on par with the Shaoyan clan. This Wu Zongxing was also a rare genius. He was also a genius on the Flame God list. His fame was as great as the Shaoyan clan's Shaoyan Qinglin. After purchasing the Starlight Sword, Wu Zongxing didn't stay here for long. Instead, he left with Wu Sujin. However, the surrounding practitioners were still discussing spiritedly. Seeing that the sky was about to darken, Zhuowen also packed up his stall. Being able to sell the star's sword today was a good harvest for him. Now, with the original spirit stones he had on him and the spirit stones he had obtained from selling the star's sword, he had a total of more than 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Now, what Zhuowen needed to do was to buy some materials needed to reconstruct his physical body from other stalls in Yen City. This time, Zhuowen planned to first reconstruct the physical body of the White-Brow Heavenly Sovereign. After all, the White-Brow Heavenly Sovereign was the weakest among the 5 Heavenly Sovereigns. The cost of reconstructing his physical body was also the lowest. After strolling around Yen City for more than 2 hours, Zhuowen bought all kinds of materials under the guidance of Xiao He. Among them, there were some extremely valuable materials, causing Zhuowen to feel a heartache. After 2 hours, all the materials that Xiao He needed were basically bought by Zhuowen. Then, Zhuowen found a quiet inn and checked in. In a dark room, Zhuowen quietly sat cross-legged in the room. Xiao He stood on his shoulder. In front of Zhuowen was a small mountain of materials. Xiao He. Can we begin now? Zhuowen asked Xiao He. Xiao He nodded and said, we can begin. Release the White-Brow Heavenly Sovereign's nascent soul. The process of reconstructing a physical body will take some time. During this time, do not disturb this Dragon Lord, or all my previous efforts will be wasted. Zhuowen nodded. With a wave of his right hand, the White-Brow Heavenly Sovereign's nascent soul was retrieved from his spirit ring and handed to Xiao He. Meanwhile, Zhuowen himself quietly retreated to a corner of the room and silently watched Xiao He. At this moment, the White-Brow Heavenly Sovereign's eyes were slightly dazed. However, when he saw Xiao He, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. The dragon soul before him was very powerful. He had experienced it far too many times, causing the White-Brow Heavenly Sovereign to subconsciously show fear whenever he saw Xiao He. White-Brow old dog. What are you afraid of? This Dragon Lord is about to help you reconstruct your physical body. If you are unwilling, this Dragon Lord will not do anything. Xiao He icily said. Chapter 909. Wuan Clan. The corner of Zhuowen's mouth twitched when he saw Empyrean Master Whitebrow's reaction. It seemed like Empyrean Master Whitebrow had been ravaged by Xiao He back in the spirit ring, causing him to behave like this when he saw Xiao He. Of course. Listen to your Lord Dragon obediently in the future. Lord Dragon will guarantee that you will have meat to eat. Xiao He crossed his arms and raised his chin slightly as he chuckled. Yes, yes. Lord Dragon is right. I don't need meat. I just need soup. Empyrean Master Whitebrow smiled flatteringly. Yes, yes. Then scram to the side first. Lord Dragon needs to prepare to reconstruct your body now. Watch carefully. Xiao He kicked Empyrean Master Whitebrow, causing him to roll far away. Then, he stared solemnly at the mountain-like materials in front of him. It's starting now. Xiao He muttered softly as he waved his little claws. Immediately, an ink-black energy swept out and enveloped the mountain-like materials in front of him. The ink-black energy became denser and denser. Then, it gradually enveloped the mountain-like materials in front of Xiao He, turning into a huge black egg that was several feet in size. Zhuowen and Empyrean Master Whitebrow, who had rolled to the corner, stared at Xiao He's technique without blinking. Clearly, they had never seen or heard of the method Xiao He used to reconstruct his body. Kid. Lord Dragon needs 7 days. Once 7 days are over, this huge egg will nurture an unconscious body. At that time, the reconstruction of the body will be complete. Xiao He instructed Zhuowen behind him and began to focus on incubating the huge black egg in front of him. 7 days passed very quickly. During these 7 days, Zhuowen and Empyrean Master Whitebrow both stared nervously at the huge black egg in the middle of the room. They both knew that this huge black egg was the key to the reconstruction of Empyrean Master Whitebrow's body. If it failed, Empyrean Master Whitebrow's dream of reconstructing his body would come to nothing. Gotcha! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. The huge black egg in the middle of the room trembled violently. Then, cracks appeared on its surface, and the black eggshell peeled off. Zhuowen and the Whitebrow Empyrean Exalted Celestial also noticed the abnormality of the huge black egg. They stared at its surface without blinking. The Whitebrow Empyrean Exalted Celestial was the most nervous. After all, this was crucial to whether or not his body could be reconstructed. When the black egg finally cracked open, a young man with long white eyebrows appeared in front of Zhuowen. At this moment, the young man's eyes were closed, and his face was filled with serenity. Whitebrow, get your ass over here. This body has just been refined by this dragon lord. Go in and give it a try. See if it's suitable. Xiao He shouted at Heavenly Venerable Whitebrow, who was in a daze in the corner. As for Zhuowen, his face was filled with black lines. Why did Xiao He's words sound like she was asking Heavenly Venerable Whitebrow to change his clothes? Yes, yes, yes. I'm coming over now. Heavenly Venerable Whitebrow's eyes were filled with joy as he flew over. Then, under Xiao He's guidance, he entered the body's dantian. After a while, the young man slowly opened his eyes. Then, he rubbed his hands, rubbed his chest, and stretched his thighs. His face was filled with excitement. Zhuowen was speechless as he looked at Heavenly Venerable Whitebrow's series of actions. He could not bear to look directly at him. You're a big man. Is it really okay for you to do such ecstasy? Zhuowen flicked his finger and took out a white robe. He threw it to Heavenly Venerable Whitebrow and said, "Put on this robe. I still have something to do. Come with me." Heavenly Venerable Whitebrow put on the robe and said respectfully to Zhuowen, "Thank you, Master and Dragon Lord." Let's go. With that, Zhuowen pushed open the door. With a step, he flew in a certain direction. Heavenly Venerable Whitebrow followed closely behind Zhuowen. At this moment, Heavenly Venerable Whitebrow did not reject Zhuowen at all. This was because he realized that the physical body that Xiao He had refined for him was much better than his original body. The best thing was that this physical body was many times younger than his original body. With this physical body, Heavenly Venerable Whitebrow's martial path would definitely be longer than before. Furthermore, he also knew that the dragon soul Xiao He hidden in Zhuowen's body was probably an extremely terrifying existence when she was alive. On the other hand, Zhuowen was a freak with abnormal talent. Heavenly Venerable Whitebrow could see a limitless future in this human and dragon duo. The main reason why Heavenly Venerable Whitebrow followed Emperor Qing and worked for him wholeheartedly was that Emperor Qing could guide him further on the martial path. Now, Xiao He and Zhuowen could give him the same thing. In fact, what Xiao He gave him was even better than what Emperor Qing had given him. In addition, Zhuowen had promised them that if Heavenly Venerable Whitebrow's cultivation level advanced to the Emperor realm, they would be able to regain their freedom. Why would Heavenly Venerable Whitebrow reject such benefits? After all, there was no harm in it for him. Swoosh! Not long after, Zhuowen and Heavenly Venerable Whitebrow arrived in front of a rather luxurious mansion in Yen City. The 2 words Ruan Residence were written on a signboard above the mansion. Back when they were in Ruan Lingyu's carriage, Zhuowen had already promised Ruan Lingyu that once his cultivation level recovered, he would help her get rid of the strange cold qi in her body. Now that his cultivation level had recovered, it was time to fulfill his promise. Standing quietly at the entrance of Ruan Residence, Zhuowen did not directly enter. Instead, he took out a jade talisman with his right hand. With a push of his yuan power, the jade talisman turned into a ray of light and instantly flew into Ruan Residence. As the ray of light was extremely fast, the guards at the entrance did not notice it. However, these guards were extremely cautious as they stared at Zhuowen. An unfamiliar young man suddenly standing at the entrance of Ruan residence would naturally arouse suspicion. However, since Zhuowen did not do anything, these guards did not make a move. They only stared at Zhuowen from time to time. The jade talisman that Zhuowen had used was a communication method. Back then, when Zhuowen used the Saint Ice talisman to investigate the cold qi in Ruan Lingyu's body, he had left a mark on her body. This was so that when Zhuowen's cultivation level recovered, Zhuowen would be able to easily find Ruan Lingyu's location. Indeed, not long after the jade talisman disappeared into the Ruan residence, Ruan Lingyu walked out of the mansion with the help of Ling Ying. Then, her gaze focused on Zhuowen, a trace of suspicion in her eyes. Just now, she was washing up in her room when a jade talisman suddenly flew in from the window and appeared in front of her, giving her a fright. Moreover, a line of words appeared on the jade talisman that had suddenly appeared. Miss Ruan, I have fulfilled my promise and am here to help you expel the cold qi in your body. It was because of these words that Ruan Lingyu immediately thought of Zhuowen. Hence, after washing up, Ruan Lingyu came out with Ling Ying. Due to the phoenix feather that Xiaoyan Pu had given her, Ruan Lingyu's complexion was now much rosier than before. However, Ling Ying's expression was still cold, as if someone owed her something. When Ruan Lingyu and Ling Ying saw Zhuowen and the white-brow heavenly master standing at the entrance, their gazes converged on Zhuowen. Ruan Lingyu's beautiful eyes were complicated, while Ling Ying's expression was cold. There was even a trace of an unknown emotion on her face. Looking at the expressions on their faces, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He could feel a trace of alienation between the two women. Needless to say, Zhuowen did not see eye to eye with Ling Ying from the beginning. However, Ruan Lingyu's relationship with Zhuowen was quite harmonious. However, Ruan Lingyu's current attitude towards Zhuowen puzzled Zhuowen. Miss Lingyu. Long time no see. Back then in the carriage, I promised that once my cultivation recovered, I would help you expel the cold qi in your body. Zhuowen did not think too much about it and smiled at Ruan Lingyu. Zhuowen. You're just talking nonsense, aren't you? Even some patriarchs can't do anything about the cold qi in Lingyu's body. Do you think a piece of trash like you can solve it? If you want to climb up to our Ruan clan because of this, I advise you to give up. With your status and cultivation, how can you be worthy of our Lingyu? Ling Ying stood in front of Ruan Lingyu and looked down at Zhuowen with her cold eyes. Her beautiful eyes stared at the spirit ring on Zhuowen's finger and continued, the one who kidnapped me last time was indeed your accomplice. Now, you should take the initiative and hand over the spirit ring. Zhuowen stared coldly at Ling Ying and said calmly, the one who kidnapped you was not me, but the people from the Xiaoyan family. If I really had someone, would I need you to save me back then? Are you still trying to deny it? If you want to get rid of suspicion, then hand over the spirit ring on your finger first. Ling Ying spread out her hands and said rudely. Scram. Zhuowen spat out in a cold voice. Ling Ying's expression froze and her face turned red. She pointed at Zhuowen and said angrily, what did you just say? Do you dare to say it again? Sister Ling Ying and young Master Zhuo, stop arguing. Ruan Lingyu shouted with a serious face. Hearing this, Ling Ying snorted and said unhappily, Lingyu, why do you keep helping Zhuowen, an outsider? Have you forgotten what young Master Xiaoyan said? This person is definitely not with good intentions when he gets close to you. All right. I believe that young Master Zhuo is not that kind of person. When he left our Ruan clan's team, he must have had something important to do, right? Ruan Lingyu shook her head and looked at Zhuowen apologetically, young Master Zhuo, you are a guest after all. You should enter the mansion first. This matter is of great importance and I still need my father's approval. I hope that young Master Zhuo will not forgive me. I know. Let's go in. Zhuowen nodded and followed Ruan Lingyu and Leng Ying into the Ruan clan's mansion. After entering the mansion, there was a spacious training field in front of them. At this moment, there were many juniors practicing martial arts in the training field. The wind from the punches whistled and the air shook. Ruan Lingyu's group of 4 naturally attracted the attention of the other people in the martial arts practice field. Especially when they saw Zhuowen, who was standing side by side with Ruan Lingyu, these younger generation members all revealed astonished expressions. Who is that young man? Why is he walking with young Miss Lingyu and seems to be talking and laughing? The second young master of the Shaoyan family, Shaoyan Pu, already proposed marriage to our Ruan clan yesterday. He wants to marry young Miss Lingyu. Now, young Miss Lingyu is talking and laughing with this strange young man. I don't think it's a good idea. Chapter 9-10. Leng Feng. After passing through the training grounds, Zhuowen followed Ruan Lingyu and Leng Ying into the main hall of the Ruan residence. There were a few middle-aged men with powerful auras in the hall. They also noticed Ruan Lingyu and the other 2 who had just entered. One of the middle-aged men with a dignified expression stepped forward and glanced at Zhuowen. Then, he said to Ruan Lingyu and Leng Ying, "Lingyu, Leng Ying, this person isn't from our Ruan clan, right? Elder Leng. Zhuowen is my friend. He's here to expel the cold energy in his body," Ruan Lingyu said softly. "Oh. He's Zhuowen." The dignified middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhuowen with a strange expression. Then, Zhuowen felt a consciousness descend on his body, as if it wanted to see through all his secrets. Zhuowen's face was gloomy. This divine sense was naturally emitted by the middle-aged man in front of him. Generally speaking, directly using one's divine sense to probe the aura of another cultivator was an extremely rude act. If he encountered a cultivator with a fiery temper, he would have already started a fight. This middle-aged man was probably relying on his high cultivation to check Zhuowen's cultivation. Especially when the middle-aged man found that Zhuowen and the white-brow heavenly sovereign's aura were not strong, his eyes revealed a trace of disdain. After all, both Zhuowen and the white-brow heavenly sovereign had already restrained their auras before leaving the house, just in case. "Father. This Zhuowen must be a liar. Even our patriarch was unable to do anything about the cold energy in Lingyu's body. How could this brat with the smell of milk have a way to expel it?" Leng Ying suddenly said to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's identity was obvious. He was the second strongest expert in the Ruan family, Leng Feng. His strength was second only to the patriarch of the Ruan family, Ruan Xianfeng. At the same time, he was Leng Ying's father and had an extremely high status in the Ruan family. "Elder Leng. Since I'm already in this state, why not let young masters try? If it can really be cured, then everyone will be happy." Ruan Lingyu shook her head and smiled bitterly. "It's okay to try, but I'm afraid that some people have ulterior motives. I'm also thinking about your safety," Leng Feng reminded. Then, he stared indifferently at Zhuowen and said arrogantly, "You're just an ultimate emperor realm second will cultivator. I shouldn't have believed you with such a low cultivation. However, since Lingyu is begging me, I will reluctantly let you try. But I have to remind you, don't harbor any evil intentions. With your cultivation, you're not worthy of Lingyu, and our Ruan clan is even more out of your league. Do you understand?" With that, Leng Feng swung his sleeves and sat on an armchair at the back of the hall. His face was full of dignity, as if he was looking down at Zhuowen from above. "Is this how your Ruan clan treats its guests? I came all the way here to help Miss Ruan expel the cold qi in her body, but not only did you use your consciousness to check on me, you're not being polite at all. Do you think that I, Zhuowen, am a servant of your Ruan clan?" Zhuowen said coldly. "Gotcha." Leng Feng's right hand, which had been holding a teacup, suddenly froze. Then, he exerted force and crushed the teacup. He looked coldly at Zhuowen and said, you dare refute me? How dare you interrupt when I'm speaking? With that, Leng Feng slowly stood up. A formless, terrifying aura surged out and enveloped Zhuowen. However, Zhuowen didn't move at all. His cold eyes stared fearlessly at Leng Feng. At the same time, he sent out his consciousness to check on Leng Feng's cultivation. Ultimate Eight-Will Emperor. In an instant, Zhuowen found out Leng Feng's cultivation. He was only an Ultimate Eight-Will Emperor, yet he dared to be so arrogant in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen laughed coldly in his heart. You dare to use your consciousness to check on me? How dare you? Leng Feng was startled. Soon after, he let out a furious roar as a terrifying aura erupted. Under this aura, the armchair behind him was completely shattered into countless pieces. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire hall became extremely stifling. The few elders in the hall took a step forward and surrounded Leng Feng. They stared coldly at Zhuowen and the white-brow heavenly master. What? Only you can check on me with your consciousness, but I can't check on you. Zhuowen's mouth was full of mockery as he retorted fearlessly. What a reckless dog! Leng Ying sneered from the side. Slap! However, before Leng Ying could finish speaking, Zhuowen's foot took a step forward. With a palm wind, he viciously slapped Leng Ying's right cheek. Immediately, the latter's entire body spun like a top before heavily falling onto the ground. You dare to hit me? Leng Ying covered her right cheek and pointed at Zhuowen as she shrieked. Her eyes were filled with hatred. You are the one who is shameless. How can you blame me for this? When you stole my spiritual ring, you attacked me many times for no reason. Now, you are cursing at me like a shrew. Do you really think that I, Zhuowen, am your subordinate? That I can order you around? Zhuowen slowly withdrew his right hand as if he had done something insignificant. He stood up and returned to the white-brow heavenly master's side. Father! Kill him! How dare he hit me? That bastard! Leng Ying covered her swollen right cheek and screamed at Leng Feng hysterically. As the number one genius of the Ruan clan, Leng Ying was always the center of attention wherever she went. However, today, she had been slapped in the face by Zhuowen, a piece of trash that she looked down on. Moreover, what drove Leng Ying mad was that she didn't even see Zhuowen's shadow clearly before her right cheek was already swollen from Zhuowen's slap. This caused her to be both shocked and furious. She was shocked because Zhuowen's strength seemed to be much stronger than before, and she was furious because the trash from before actually dared to slap her face in front of her. It seems like you are here to cause trouble today. Since that is the case, don't blame me for being rude. Leng Feng's face was cold. He finally released the aura of an Ultimate Emperor Realm 8 Wheels. He took a step forward and was about to attack Zhuowen. What's going on? Why is it so noisy in the hall? At this moment, a dignified voice sounded, causing Leng Feng's body to stiffen. He looked at the entrance of the hall and saw a middle-aged man with slightly white hair walk in. Although this middle-aged man's hair was white and he looked a little old, his spirit was extremely vigorous. His aura was also much stronger than Leng Feng's. He had probably reached the Ultimate Emperor Realm 9 Wheels. Father! Looking at this dignified middle-aged man, Wan Lingyu's beautiful face immediately revealed a trace of joy. She quickly ran to the middle-aged man's side and pulled on his arm. Without a doubt, this middle-aged man was the head of the Ruan clan, Ruan Xianfeng. Father! He is the Zhuowen that I told you about before. He has a way to expel the cold in my body. Ruan Lingyu's words caused Ruan Xuanfeng's gaze to freeze. He stared straight at Zhuowen and said, You really have a way to expel the cold in Lingyu's body? I'm not 100% sure, but I can try. Who knows, I might be able to solve it. Zhuowen did not speak too confidently. Although Lingyu said that you are her friend, this is the first time I've seen you, so I can't completely trust you. If you can tell me your method to expel the cold and prove that you do have a way, then I'll let you try. Wan Xianfeng said calmly. Zhuowen frowned slightly. Wan Xuanfeng's attitude made Zhuowen slightly uncomfortable. However, he came to help Wan Lingyu expel the cold to fulfill his promise, so he did not mind too much. Sure. However, this method can only be shown to you and Miss Lingyu. As for other people, forget about it. Who knows what other twisted theories they will come up with. Zhuowen's words immediately caused Ling Feng's and Ling Ying's expressions to darken. They almost went berserk. Head. This Zhuowen's origin is unknown, and his cultivation is so low. I'm afraid he has some ulterior motives for coming to our Wan clan. Head, please reconsider. Ling Feng said to Wan Xianfeng in a deep voice. That's right. Patriarch, this Zhuowen doesn't look like a good person at first glance. I'm afraid that he's not here to save Lingyu, but to harm her instead. We can't believe his one-sided words so easily. Lang Ying added. Zhuowen was unmoved. He only said calmly, head of the Ruan clan. I think you're a reasonable person. Since my cultivation is low, if I really wanted to harm Miss Lingyu, why would I come in so openly? Isn't that seeking my own death? If head of the Ruan clan doesn't believe me because of the words of these two idiots, then I'll leave immediately. I won't mention anything about expelling the cold from Miss Lingyu's body again. Zhuowen said indifferently. Wan Xuanfeng's eyes flickered. He nodded and said, I'll believe you this time. You and Lingyu follow me to another private room. If your method can move me, then I'll let you try. If it succeeds, our Wan clan won't treat you unfairly. After saying that, Wan Xianfeng led Zhuowen and Wan Lingyu to another private room in the depths of the hall. Only Ling Feng and Ling Ying were left standing in the hall, their gazes extremely cold. Father. Actually, there's something I haven't told you. It's about this Zhuowen. Suddenly, Ling Ying whispered to Ling Feng in the hall. What is it? Ling Feng raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice. Back then, after Zhuowen left our group, Lord Demon Daoist of the Heavenly Peak Devil Palace and Lord Qing Su of the Clear Void Valley came looking for Zhuowen. Furthermore, they declared that they would capture Zhuowen. I suspect that Zhuowen definitely possesses an extraordinary treasure that even existences like the Demon Daoist and Qing Su covet for. Hearing Ling Ying's words, Ling Feng's pupils shrank. He said in a low voice, You're saying that even Master Demon and Master Qingshu came looking for this Zhuowen? Could it be that this kid really has a shocking secret? Chapter 9-11. 10,000-year dark soul ice venomous insect. In a simple but elegant room, a soothing purple sandalwood fragrance filled the air, making people feel calm and serene. Shua Xiao Yu. Now can you tell me how to expel the cold from Lingyu's body? Wan Xianfeng stared at Zhuowen and asked calmly. Nodding his head, Zhuowen stomped his foot, and 7 types of earth fire drilled out of his body. Shortly after, mental energy gushed out from his sea of consciousness, and he used the fire fusion art to fuse the 7 types of earth fire, turning them into a 7-colored phoenix that flew around his body. 7 types of earth fire. You're an arcanist. Wan Xuanfeng's eyes narrowed when he saw the 7-colored phoenix revolving around Zhuowen, and he revealed a trace of astonishment. It wasn't that he hadn't seen earth fire before, but he had never heard or seen 7 types of earth fire appearing on one person's body at the same time. Moreover, the young man in front of him used an incredible method to fuse the earth fire into a 7-colored phoenix fire. Even though Wan Xianfeng was experienced and knowledgeable, he still found it hard to believe. This 7-colored phoenix is formed by fusing 7 types of earth fire. Its power is much stronger than ordinary earth fire, but it's much weaker than sky fire. It's a flame that's between earth fire and sky fire. As for the strange cold in Miss Lingyu's body, I've checked it last time. It's a strange cold that's between earth-rank cold and sky-rank cold. With the temperature of the seven-colored phoenix's flame, I think there's a high chance that it can expel the cold in Miss Lingyu's body. With a wave of his right hand, the seven-colored phoenix quietly stopped in Zhuowen's palm. Immediately, Zhuowen's gaze landed on Wan Xianfeng. He knew it was time for Wan Xianfeng to make a decision. Father. Let young Master Zhuo try. Maybe he can really expel the cold in my body completely, Wan Lingyu said to Wan Xianfeng. Sure. Then I'll leave everything to you, Zhuo Xiaoyu. I hope Zhuo Xiaoyu won't disappoint me. Wan Xianfeng gently touched Wan Lingyu's hair, then nodded to Zhuowen and left the room. Miss Lingyu. You need to lie on the bed first because the cold qi is located in your dantian. If I want to get rid of the cold qi, I have to start from your lower abdomen, Zhuowen said to Wan Lingyu cautiously. Hearing this, Wan Lingyu shyly nodded her head. Soon after, she laid down on the bed with her eyes tightly shut. Her hands, which were placed beside the bed, were tightly clenched. Looking at Wan Lingyu's appearance, Zhuowen rubbed his nose. If this scene were to be seen by others, it would easily cause criticism. However, Zhuowen did not think too much about it. He walked to the bedside and placed his right hand on Wan Lingyu's flat stomach. Soon after, he spoke to Xiao He in his sea of consciousness. Xiao He. The cold qi in Miss Lingyu's dantian is very strange. Why don't you go in and take a look and see if you can recognize what this cold qi is? Yes. This dragon master will go and take a look first. Xiao He nodded her head and turned into a ray of black light that followed Zhuowen's palm and entered Wan Lingyu's dantian. At this moment, Wan Lingyu's cheeks were slightly flushed. Her hair was loosely tied up and scattered around the pillow. In addition to her rosy cheeks, Wan Lingyu looked even more charming at this moment. However, Zhuowen did not notice this. Instead, he gently placed his right hand on Wan Lingyu's dantian. His consciousness followed Xiao He and entered Wan Lingyu's dantian through the meridians around her dantian. He saw that the cold qi in Wan Lingyu's dantian was still vigorous. Many of the meridians around her dantian had been frozen by this cold qi, causing the yuan power that flowed through here to be blocked and unable to accumulate. Oh. The cold qi in Miss Lingyu's dantian seems to be much stronger than last time. How did it increase so quickly? Zhuowen's brows were tightly knitted together as he probed the cold qi in her dantian. At this moment, the cold qi in Wan Lingyu's dantian was several times stronger than when Zhuowen had first encountered it a month ago. Now, it had almost frozen Wan Lingyu's entire dantian. Moreover, this cold qi seemed to be spreading upwards. If this cold qi spread to Wan Lingyu's heart, there would really be nothing that could be done. Suddenly, Xiao He said to Zhuowen in a serious tone, "This is the larva of the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite. It's not cold qi at all. The larva of the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite. What is that?" Zhuowen's gaze was puzzled. He had never heard of this so-called 10,000-year black soul ice parasite that Xiao He spoke of, let alone seeing it before. This is an extremely vicious parasite poison. It's said that this 10,000-year black soul ice parasite is extracted from the black ice layer of the 10,000-mile deep sea. Then, it uses some kind of secret method to make the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite produce larvae. And this larva must be planted on a girl born in the Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, Yin hour. Once planted, that girl will become the nourishment for this 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larva. When the girl reaches the age of 18, this 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larva will break out of its cocoon and transform into an extremely powerful black soul ice butterfly. Kid. This black soul ice butterfly is incredible. It has the powerful cultivation of the Xuanzuan realm's early stage as soon as it is born. Ordinary Xuanzuan realm cultivators might not be its match. Moreover, if it can be nurtured with a powerful earth-rank cold qi, or even a heaven-rank cold chi, the black soul ice butterfly can continue to grow, and its strength will become even more terrifying. In short, the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite is an extremely vicious and disgusting secret method. I really didn't expect that this dragon lord would still be able to see this secret method after 10,000 years. Xiao Hei's voice became especially serious and fearful, but Zhuowen's gaze was slightly focused. This method was truly vicious. It actually used the human body as the nourishment for the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite, causing it to break out of its cocoon and become a black soul ice butterfly. If the black soul ice parasite breaks out of its cocoon and becomes a butterfly, then what will happen to Miss Lingyu in the end? Zhuowen asked in a low voice. What else can happen? In the end, she will become the black soul ice butterfly's food and be devoured by it, Xiao Hei said coldly. Hearing this, Zhuowen's right hand, which was placed on Wan Lingyu's abdomen, trembled, causing the latter's cheeks to become even redder. She exhaled a faint moan from her small mouth, causing one to feel incomparably numb. However, Zhuowen wasn't in the mood for that. Instead, his heart sank to the bottom. He really didn't know who was so vicious to actually plant such a vicious parasite in Wan Lingyu's body. They really deserve to die. Kid. This dragon lord can sense the aura of the phoenix feather on this girl's body, right? Who gave this to this girl? Xiao Hei suddenly asked coldly. Zhuowen asked doubtfully, what's wrong? This phoenix feather was given to her by Xiaoyan Pu of the Xiaoyan aristocratic family. When Miss Lingyu received the phoenix feather, her complexion became much rosier than before. The effect is very good. Bullshit. Let me tell you, this phoenix feather has a certain catalytic effect on the growth of the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larvae. If Wan Lingyu carries the phoenix feather for a long time, the larvae's growth will be many times faster than usual, Xiao Hei said coldly. What? Many times faster than usual? Zhuowen's pupils shrank. If what Xiao Hei said was true, then that Xiaoyan Pu's act of fawning over Wan Lingyu and taking the initiative to give away something as precious as the phoenix feather was really worth considering. Could it be that this matter has something to do with the Xiaoyan aristocratic family? Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. Xiao Hei shook his head and said, it's not a possibility, but a certainty. The timing of that Xiaoyan Pu giving away the phoenix feather was too coincidental. Moreover, the phoenix feather isn't something that can be casually given away. That Xiaoyan Pu probably knows some inside information. Then can you deal with the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larvae in Miss Lingyu's dantian? Zhuowen asked seriously. Let's give it a try. Your 7-colored phoenix isn't simple either. Let's see if it can drive away the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larvae. Kid, first, send the 7-colored phoenix into this girl's meridians. Then, let this dragon lord get rid of it. Zhuowen nodded. With a thought, the 7-colored phoenix circling around him let out a clear cry. Then, it passed through Zhuowen's palm and into Wan Lingyu's meridians through her abdomen. Once the 7-colored phoenix entered her meridians, it was enveloped by a viscous black energy. This black energy was Xiao Hei's power. Sizzle. 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 Although the 7-colored phoenix was powerful, it wasn't enough to harm Wan Lingyu's meridians. Xiao Hei guided the 7-colored phoenix closer to her dantian. When it arrived in front of her dantian, the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larvae in her dantian seemed to have discovered something. A soft roar came from her dantian, and then a wisp of blue cold air followed the meridians in her dantian and swept toward Xiao Hei. This bastard, Xiao Hei cursed angrily. Then, the black energy that enveloped the 7-colored phoenix slowly faded away. The blue cold air also arrived, but it was shattered by the 7-colored phoenix's claw. Then, an even more terrifying cold air was released from her dantian. Fortunately, the 7-colored phoenix's power wasn't inferior to the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larvae. It dissolved the cold air one by one, and finally, after half an hour, it entered her dantian. In her dantian, there was an endless amount of blue cold air. In the center of the cold air, there was an oval ice chrysalis that was formed from a blue ice crystal. This ice chrysalis was translucent. In the chrysalis, there was a milky white fat worm lying motionless. However, the worm's green eyes were staring coldly at Xiao He and the seven-colored phoenix, who had just appeared. Hee hee. Now that you are at the critical moment of breaking out of your cocoon and becoming a butterfly, are you going to come out and bite me? Xiao He floated in front of the ice chrysalis smugly. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and raised her chin, looking very disdainful. Under Xiao He's instructions, the seven-colored phoenix began to use its powerful flame to expel the surrounding cold air. Sizzle. The 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larvae in the ice chrysalis was anxious. If it wanted to break out of its cocoon and become a butterfly, it had to exist in an extremely cold place. Soon, it would be able to hatch out of Ruanlingyu's dantian, but now that Xiao He had messed things up, it had completely lost its chance to break out of its cocoon and become a butterfly. Chapter 9:12. Slander. It's so hot. Young Master Zhuo, why do I feel so hot? On the bed, Ruanlingyu's delicate body was wriggling. Her beautiful face was already flushed red, and her fair forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Naturally, he had also noticed Ruanlingyu's strange state. A trace of worry appeared on his face. He did not know if Xiao He had gotten rid of the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larva in Ruanlingyu's dantian. Zhuowen's left hand pinched lightly, and a wisp of cold air gushed out from the ice saint talisman, carefully wrapping around Ruanlingyu. Even so, Ruanlingyu still felt abnormally hot, and her cheeks were flushed red. I wonder what Xiao He is doing inside. Zhuowen muttered to himself anxiously. Zhuowen felt a little worried looking at Ruanlingyu's current state. If someone were to barge into the room at this moment, it would be easy to be misunderstood. Creak. Just as Zhuowen was at his wit's end, the crisp sound of the door opening suddenly rang out. Ling Feng and Ling Ying suddenly barged in, staring coldly at Zhuowen, who was in the room, and Ruanlingyu, who was already lying on the bed with a flushed face. Zhuowen. You are indeed a lecher. You actually used the excuse of getting rid of the cold air to sneak into Lingyu's side and try to ruin her purity. You shameless person. Ruanlingyu's strange state was naturally seen by Ling Feng and Ling Ying. Ruan Xianfeng, who was following behind Ling Feng and Ling Ying, also had an ugly expression. His gaze towards Zhuowen also became extremely cold. Ruan family head. Didn't I say just now? While I am getting rid of the cold air for Miss Lingyu, you are not allowed to barge in. What is the meaning of this now? Zhuowen said coldly. So hot, so hot. At this moment, Ruanlingyu was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. She softly moaned and began to tear off her clothes. Zhuowen's eyelids twitched. He had already cursed Xiao He countless times in his heart. Why did she have to do this at this moment? Wasn't she trying to trick him? However, Zhuowen also believed that Ruanlingyu's heat was related to the seven-colored phoenix. Once Xiao He got rid of the cold air in Ruanlingyu's body, the heat would gradually fade away. Ruan Xuanfeng's expression was extremely cold. He stared at Zhuowen and asked coldly, "What did you do to Lingyu? Why is she acting like this?" Ruanlingyu's face. Zhuowen's, Ling Feng and Ling Ying, Ling Feng and Ling's, Feng and Ling masters to barge in without Ling in have of Lingyu's. The seven-colored phoenix has already entered Miss Lingyu's dantian. It's currently expelling the cold air in her dantian. This is caused by the seven-colored phoenix's temperature. Now that it was the crucial moment for Xiao He to expel the cold air, Zhuowen naturally didn't want to stir up any more trouble. He could only give a brief explanation. I don't think Patriarch Yuan wants to harm his daughter, right? Zhuowen asked coldly. How dare you? A little bastard like you actually dares to threaten Lord Patriarch. I think you are courting death. Lang Yingyu pointed her finger at Zhuowen, and put a big hat on Zhuowen. Turning his head slightly, Zhuowen stared coldly at Lang Ying and said, Which dog's ears of yours heard that I threatened your patriarch? If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. You mean we're slandering you? Now that Ling Yu is lying on the bed and making such unsightly sounds, isn't this your doing? Also, let me tell you, Ling Yu is already engaged to Xiaoyan Pu from the Xiaoyan family. Now that you've ruined Ling Yu's chastity, a shameless person like you won't be able to walk out of my Ruan family today. Lang Feng stood beside Lang Ying and looked down at Zhuowen with indifference. Zhuowen sneered in his heart and asked Ruan Xianfeng, Patriarch Ruan. Is this what you're thinking? Ruan Xuanfeng's eyes flickered, but he was unusually silent. He didn't answer Zhuowen's question directly. Obviously, he also agreed with Zhuowen's words. Lecher, do you think that the Patriarch will still believe your bullshit words? What a joke, do you think all of us in the Ruan family are 3-year-old children? Do you really think I don't know the dirty thoughts in your heart? You want to take the opportunity to tarnish Ling Yu's chastity and use it to climb up the Ruan family's branch? Let me tell you now, you lowly piece of trash, the Ruan family is not for people like you to climb up the social ladder. Lang Ying was pushing her luck. Her right hand pointed at Zhuowen's nose and her words were as harsh and merciless as a sharp sword. Whoosh! A black silhouette abruptly appeared in front of Lang Ying. After which, a palm stretched out, grabbing Lang Ying by the neck. Lang Ying was unable to continue speaking because the strength of the palm was too great. She couldn't even breathe properly, let alone speak. Zhuowen's attack was too fast. Ruan Xianfeng and Ling Feng didn't even have time to react. After all, they didn't expect Zhuowen to suddenly attack. Even more so, they didn't expect Zhuowen's speed to be so fast. What a thief! How dare you! Ling Feng was stunned. Then, he was enraged. He shouted and threw his right palm at Zhuowen. Bang! Terrifying energy poured out. Then, the floor of the room shattered into countless pieces under Ling Feng's terrifying strength, forming a huge pit. Ling Feng's attack only hit Zhuowen's shadow. After Zhuowen restrained Lang Ying, he flew back and stood beside the bed. Zhuowen didn't look at Ling Feng and Ruan Xianfeng. Instead, he looked at the injured Lang Ying and said, There's a limit to a person's patience. I, Zhuowen, didn't want to bicker with a bitch like you. But your mouth is too despicable, and it makes me very uncomfortable. Now, let me teach you how to speak in the future. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap rang out. Lang Ying's right cheek was red and swollen. There was even a horrifying bruise. Zhuowen didn't hold back at all. Lang Ying's cheek was swollen. Ah! You bastard, you dare to hit me again? What right do you have to hit me? I want you dead. Lang Ying almost went crazy. Zhuowen had already slapped her in the hall. Now, she was slapped by Zhuowen again. With Lang Ying's arrogant personality, how could she endure such humiliation? What right do I have to hit you? Zhuowen's voice became even colder. He slapped Lang Ying again, and the left side of her face swelled up. The bruise didn't stop there, and blood flowed from the corner of Lang Ying's mouth. Little bastard. Let go of Lang Ying, or I'll make you die a horrible death. Ling Feng's eyes were bloodshot. Seeing his own daughter being slapped by Zhuowen, it was easy to imagine how terrible his feelings were. You want me to die a horrible death? Why don't you try? Originally, I, Zhuowen, came to the Ruan family to fulfill my promise with Miss Ling Yu. I didn't think of asking for a reward from the Ruan family. Unfortunately, that bitch Lang Ying mocked and ridiculed me the moment she came. And you, as an elder, took advantage of your seniority and ordered me around like a servant just because you're an elder of the Ruan family. Then let me ask you, I, Zhuowen, am not a member of the Ruan family. What right do you have to order me around? Also, you said that I can't be associated with the Ruan family. Do you really think that the Ruan family is so powerful that I, Zhuowen, need to be associated with them? And Ruan Xianfeng, as the head of the Ruan family, you went back on your words and barged into my room. The Ruan family is the most despicable family I've ever seen. Zhuowen held Ling Ying in his right hand. His face was as cold as the winter. Since the Ruan family was so heartless, then don't blame him, Zhuowen, for being unjust. Enough. Just as Zhuowen and Ling Feng were about to confront each other, Ruan Xianfeng finally spoke up. His face was extremely gloomy, and at the same time, he was a little surprised by Zhuowen. The young man's aura was clearly only at the second wheel of the Ultimate Emperor realm, but even he hadn't been able to react in time when Zhuowen had captured Ling Ying. Zhuowen's speed wasn't something an ordinary Ultimate Emperor realm cultivator could display. As soon as Ruan Xianfeng said this, Ling Feng, who was about to attack, froze. He turned around and said to Ruan Xianfeng, Patriarch. This kid is too arrogant. He actually kidnapped Ling Ying in front of us and even slapped her in front of us. How can we tolerate such a vile situation? Ruan Xianfeng didn't answer Ling Feng. Instead, he stared at Zhuowen and said, How confident are you in expelling the cold qi from Ling Yu's body? More than 80%. As long as you give me time, the cold qi that has accumulated in Miss Ling Yu's dantian will be completely expelled, Zhuowen replied coldly. Then I'll trust you one more time. This time, we're standing in this room. I can't guarantee that if you're alone with my daughter in this room, nothing bad will happen, Ruan Xianfeng said indifferently. As you wish. Zhuowen replied. However, he was sneering in his heart. This Ruan Xianfeng's words were pretty nice. He said that he would trust him one more time. Now that something like this had happened, he couldn't see any sincerity in Ruan Xianfeng's words. Then can you let Ling Ying go? Ling Feng said coldly. This bitch is an eyesore to me. Get her out of here. Zhuowen casually tossed Ling Ying aside, causing Ling Feng to hurriedly reach out to catch Ling Ying's body. Looking at Ling Ying, who was on the verge of delirium and whose cheeks were swollen, Ling Feng felt like killing someone. You're really something. I'll remember today's incident. You'd better be careful in Yen City. Otherwise, if you accidentally die on the road one day, you can't blame anyone. Ling Feng glared at Zhuowen coldly, then carried Ling Ying out of the room. At this moment, only Ruan Xianfeng, Zhuowen, Heavenly Master by Mei, and Ruan Lingyu were left in the room. Ruan Xianfeng stood quietly at the door. His sharp eyes stared at Ruan Lingyu, who was on the bed, and he was deep in thought. Chapter 9:13. Successful removal. A wisp of black light flowed from Ruan Lingyu's abdomen into Zhuowen's body through his palm. The wisp of black light was inconspicuous, and Zhuowen's body blocked Ruan Xianfeng's view. Therefore, Ruan Xianfeng did not notice the wisp of black light that flowed out from Ruan Lingyu's abdomen. Xiao He, is it a success? Zhuowen asked in his heart. Don't worry. It's a success. The cold air in Ruan Lingyu's dantian has been completely removed, and the 10,000 years black soul ice parasite larva has been taken out by me. It's in the 7-colored phoenix. As soon as Xiao He's voice rang out, a terrifying temperature suddenly spread from Ruan Lingyu's body. Soon after, a clear phoenix cry rang out, and Ruan Lingyu's body actually surged with a 7-colored flame. Boom! The 7-colored flame turned into a thick pillar of fire that shot up to the sky. The temperature in the entire room rose to an extremely terrifying level, turning into a 7-colored sea of fire. What a terrifying flame! Ruan Xianfeng waved his sleeves, and a terrifying gale swept out, blocking the flames that gathered around him. His eyes revealed a trace of horror. The seven-colored flame was indeed terrifying. It was even much more powerful than the ordinary earth fire. Wan Xianfeng knew that if he were in the center of the seven-colored flame, he would not be so calm. He would definitely be in an extremely difficult situation. For a moment, Wan Xianfeng was even more curious about Zhuowen. Where did he come from? The seven-colored flame appeared for a very short time, and quickly gathered into a seven-colored phoenix. It very intimately circled around Zhuowen's body. In the seven-colored phoenix's claws, there was a palm-sized blue crystal. After taking the blue crystal, Zhuowen saw at a glance that there was actually a wriggling and struggling flesh worm inside the crystal. Moreover, the flesh worm's eyes were green, which looked extremely strange. Moreover, the cold air emitted from the blue crystal was bone-chilling, causing Zhuowen's body to involuntarily tremble. Brat! This is the larva of the 10,000-year black soul ice venomous worm. This is a good thing. The cold air it contains is extremely beneficial to your holy ice rune. Xiao Hei's voice sounded in his mind again. Whoosh! A shadow flashed and arrived at the bedside. At this moment, Wan Xianfeng looked at Wan Lingyu with concern and asked softly, Lingyu, how are you feeling? Wan Lingyu slowly opened her eyes. There was a trace of confusion in her gaze. She slowly got up and asked softly, Father, young Master Zhuo, what's wrong with me? The cold qi in my dantian has disappeared, and the essence force in my meridians can flow smoothly into my dantian. As if she had discovered something, Wan Lingyu's beautiful eyes widened. Her gaze was filled with joy. Wan Lingyu waved her jade-like hand, and a weak wave of origin energy actually condensed in the center of her palm, like a glimmer of light. Has he really recovered? Wan Xianfeng also saw the origin energy condensed in the center of Wan Lingyu's palm. He reached out his right hand and grabbed Wan Lingyu's delicate wrist. The joy in his eyes intensified because he realized that there was indeed no more cold qi in Wan Lingyu's dantian. The origin energy that was previously blocked by the cold qi was now constantly circulating in Wan Lingyu's body. The circulation speed was also increasing, and the origin energy was like a trickle that was constantly growing. Wan Xianfeng released Wan Lingyu's hand and cupped his hands at Zhuowen. He said gratefully, Little brother Zhuo, thank you for getting rid of the cold qi in Lingyu's body. We were wrong to have doubted you at the beginning. I hope you can understand. At this moment, Wan Lingyu also sat up. Her beautiful eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. She smiled sweetly at Zhuowen and said, Young Master Zhuo, this time, it's all thanks to you that the cold qi in my body was removed. Zhuowen shook his head and ignored Wan Xianfeng. Instead, he smiled at Wan Lingyu and said, Miss Lingyu, you're too polite. Back then, you saved my life. Compared to this, it's nothing. After all, I've already made a promise to you. Today, I'm just fulfilling my promise. Since this matter has been settled, I won't stay any longer. Goodbye. As he spoke, Zhuowen cupped his hands and was about to leave. However, he was stopped by Wan Xianfeng. Is there anything else, Wan family head? Zhuowen stared at Wan Xianfeng and asked calmly. Wan Xuanfeng's face stiffened slightly, but soon returned to normal. He smiled and said, the cold qi in Lingyu's body has been expelled. This is a joyous occasion. In order to thank little brother Zhuo for your contribution, why don't you stay at our Wan residence for a night and we can celebrate together? That's right. Young Master Zhuo, your contribution this time is great. This cold qi has troubled me for 8 years, and you're the one who expelled it. No matter what, you should stay and celebrate. Wan Lingyu also persuaded Zhuowen. Zhuowen shook his head again and said to Wan Lingyu, there's no need. I'm only here to fulfill my promise. I don't want any reward. Also, Miss Lingyu, it's best if you don't carry the phoenix feather with you. It's not good for you. Ah. Phoenix feather. Wan Lingyu was shocked. She removed the flame-like phoenix feather from her bosom and said to Zhuowen, "Young Master Zhuo, ever since I carried the phoenix feather with me, I can clearly feel that my body is much better than before. My complexion is also much rosier. How can it not be good?" Seeing Wan Lingyu's puzzled expression and recalling what Ling Feng said about Wan Lingyu and Xianpu's engagement, Zhuowen knew that it was better to explain this matter to Wan Lingyu so that she could be more wary of Xianpu. "Miss Lingyu, the cold qi in your dantian is released by the larva of a species called the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite." As he spoke, a blue crystal appeared in Zhuowen's palm. Wisps of strange cold qi lingered around the blue crystal. Through the blue crystal, one could see a fat worm wriggling inside the crystal. This worm was very strange. Its eyes were actually green and looked exceptionally disgusting. Looking at the worm in the blue crystal, Wan Lingyu and Wan Xuanfeng's faces revealed a trace of disgust. "Young Master Zhuo, you mean that this worm has always been in my dantian?" Wan Lingyu asked with a slightly pale face. Zhuowen nodded and said, "Yes. Back then, when you were still young, you were implanted with this parasite. This is an extremely vicious parasite that uses the human body as nourishment and a lathe. It will constantly grow in the human body's dantian. When the person who was implanted with the parasite reaches 18 years old, this 10,000-year-old profound soul ice parasite larva will actually break out of its cocoon and transform into a profound soul ice butterfly. Once it successfully breaks out of its cocoon and transforms into a butterfly, this black soul ice butterfly will treat the person as food and devour them. At that time, the person will die without a burial place." Speaking of this, Wan Lingyu's beautiful face was incomparably pale. Her lips trembled as she said, "How is that possible? Who planted such a vicious parasite in my body?" Wan Lingyu did not doubt the truth of Zhuowen's words. After all, Zhuowen had personally removed the worm from her body. It was obvious that he had a better understanding of this type of worm than the average person. "This one does not know, but Miss Wan, the phoenix feather on your body has a catalyzing effect on the growth of this 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larva. If you wear the phoenix feather for a long time, the larva will break out of its cocoon and transform into a butterfly," so, Zhuowen did not continue speaking because his meaning was already very clear. Since the phoenix feather had a catalyzing effect on the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larva, then the person who gave it to her back then definitely did not have good intentions. "Young Master Zhuo. You mean to say that Xianpu intentionally gave this phoenix feather to me?" Wan Lingyu's entire body trembled as she asked. On the other hand, Wan Xianfeng frowned slightly and said with a slightly cold voice, "According to little brother Zhuo's meaning, could it be that this so-called 10,000-year black soul ice parasite was planted by that Xianpu? The Xianpu family has a large family business. If they wanted to choose nourishment, there are so many people in their family. Why did they choose Lingyu? Because Miss Lingyu is a woman born in a Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, Yin hour. Her body has an innate extreme Yin aura. This extreme Yin aura is extremely beneficial to the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larva. Without this extreme Yin aura, it would be very difficult for the larva to survive." Zhuowen's expression was calm as he continued, "So when facing that Xianpu, Miss Lingyu should be careful." "Humph. That's just your one-sided words. Don't tell me that Xianpu gave Lingyu a phoenix feather that just happens to have a catalyzing effect on the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larva. Do you think that Xianpu has ulterior motives?" Wan Xianfeng said coldly. Zhuowen sneered and said mockingly, "Master Wan, if you think that Xianpu's proposal to Miss Lingyu is an opportunity for your Wan family to soar, then you are gravely mistaken. If you really agree to this marriage, I'm afraid you'll be pushing Miss Lingyu into the fire pit." "Nonsense, a bunch of nonsense. That Xianpu truly loves Lingyu. Don't tell me that little brother Zhuo came here to break up the marriage between our Wan family and the Xiaoyan family. I think little brother Zhuo's wishful thinking is wrong. Yuan Xuanfeng's words became somewhat impolite. It's up to you to believe it or not. I've already helped Miss Lingyu expel the cold aura, so I won't stay any longer. Goodbye. Casually glancing at the somewhat angry Yuan Xianfeng, Zhuowen's mocking smile became even more intense. How could he not know what Yuan Xianfeng was thinking? After all, the Shaoyan family was one of the 4 strongest families in Yan City. If the Yuan family could climb up this big tree, it would be of great help to the Yuan family's development. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so it was very difficult for Yuan Xianfeng to reject Xianpu's marriage proposal. Or rather, even if Xianpu had ulterior motives, Yuan Xianfeng would probably agree without hesitation. Zhuo Wen took a step forward and left the private room. He didn't have any intention of staying. Father. Since young Master Zhuo helped me expel the cold aura from my body, it means that he is very familiar with the origin of this cold aura. Moreover, I also feel that Xianpu is strange. He is the second young master of an aristocratic family. Why would he suddenly take a fancy to a girl from a small family like me? There must be something fishy about this. Chapter 9:14. Marriage proposal. At this moment, the Yuan clan's martial arts practice field was bustling with activity. The juniors who were originally cultivating were now gathered in the martial arts practice field, looking up at the sky as if waiting for something to arrive. Whoosh! A sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Following that, a griffin that was dozens of feet long descended from the sky and landed in the middle of the martial arts practice field. Its wings were dozens of meters long when spread out. With a flap of its wings, a powerful gust of wind wreaked havoc in the open space. The juniors of the Yuan clan who were nearby were forced back by the gust of wind. Their eyes were filled with shock. On the back of the griffin stood a dozen figures. The leader was dressed in a yellow robe and had a refined smile on his face. If Zhuowen was here, he would definitely recognize him. Wasn't this Xianpu whom they had met in the group last time? It's the second young master of the Shaoyan family, Xianpu. This time, he's here to propose marriage to Miss Yuan, right? It must be. Don't you see that there are so many large boxes on the griffin? Those should be the betrothal gifts prepared by the Shaoyan family. There are more than 20 boxes. With the Shaoyan family's influence, the items inside must be pretty good. I didn't expect the Shaoyan family to propose marriage to our Yuan clan. Although Xianpu's talent is not as good as his brother's, he's still quite famous in Yan City. He's 21 years old and has already reached the peak of the ultimate emperor stage. He's much stronger than our Ling Ying. Around the martial arts practice field, many of the juniors of the Yuan clan stared enviously at Xianpu and the others on the back of the griffin. In their hearts, they fantasized that if they could have even a tenth of Xianpu's elegance, they would not have wasted their lives in this world. Unfortunately, they could only fantasize about it in their hearts. As for whether it could be realized, that was something that they did not know. Xianpu was in high spirits as he led more than 10 people carrying more than 20 large boxes to the griffin. They arrived at the martial arts practice field. I didn't expect young Master Xiaoyan to propose marriage in advance. Welcome, welcome. As soon as Xianpu came down, Ling Feng and Ling Ying walked out from the crowd. After being called out by Yuan Xianfeng, they came to the martial arts practice field and coincidentally met Xianpu. So it's Elder Lang and Miss Ling Ying. Originally, this young master had planned to propose marriage 3 days later, but after thinking about it, this matter should not be delayed. I believe that one clan head and Elder Ling Feng wouldn't mind, right? Xiaoyan cupped his hands politely at Ling Feng. His attitude wasn't particularly humble. Instead, it made him seem a little arrogant. As the second young master of the Shaoyan family, Ling Feng could not be mentioned in the same breath as him. After all, Xiaoyan Pu's guards were not inferior to Ling Feng in terms of strength. Therefore, Ling Feng and Ling Ying did not feel that Xiao Yanpu's attitude was inappropriate. Instead, they felt that it was only natural. I wonder if Miss Lingyu is doing well. Xiao Yanpu asked gracefully. Ling Feng and Ling Ying looked at each other. After a moment of silence, Ling Ying said softly, "Everything is fine with Lingyu. However, an uninvited guest came to our Wuhan residence today. He said that he could completely expel the cold energy from Lingyu's body." What? Completely dispel the chill in Miss Lingyu's body? Who was this person? Did he succeed? Xiao Yanpu asked somewhat anxiously. Xiao Yanpu's behavior did not arouse Ling Feng and Ling Ying's suspicions. Ling Ying continued, "We don't know yet. That person is still in the room trying to expel the cold energy from Lingyu's body. Moreover, this person is no stranger to young Master Xiaoyan. He is the Zhuowen who suddenly disappeared from our group." Thinking about the humiliation she suffered in the room, Ling Ying couldn't help but tremble. Her voice also became somewhat cold. You're saying that the person who came to your Wuhan residence to expel the cold energy from Miss Lingyu's body is the young man that your Wuhan clan saved last time, Zhuowen? Xiao Yanpu's eyes narrowed. His gaze contained a trace of sharpness. The scene of Demon Daozi and Qing Su searching for Zhuowen at the same time was still fresh in Xiao Yanpu's mind. Therefore, after Xiao Yanpu returned to the Xiaoyan clan, he informed the upper echelons of this matter. The upper echelons of the Xiaoyan clan had also sent many people to the forest to search for Zhuowen. However, in the end, there was no trace of Zhuowen at all. Now, he didn't expect that Zhuowen would actually come to Yen City and coincidentally run into him. "Young Master Zhuo. Wait for me. My father didn't mean to say that. Don't be angry." A clear voice suddenly rang out from the depths of the martial arts practice field. It completely attracted the attention of everyone in the martial arts practice field. Even Ling Feng, Ling Ying, Xiao Yanpu and the rest turned their gazes over. This was because they all recognized the owner of this voice. Wasn't it Wuhan Lingyu? At this moment, Wuhan Lingyu's complexion was much rosier. Her cheeks were rosy and her cloud-like bun had a few strands of ink-black hair draped over her shoulders. At this moment, Wuhan Lingyu appeared charming and beautiful. She attracted the attention of many people in the martial arts practice field. Subsequently, the crowd's gazes shifted away from Wuhan Lingyu and gathered on the cold-looking young man in front of Wuhan Lingyu. The reason for this was mainly because Wuhan Lingyu was actually chasing after this young man in front of everyone's eyes. This scene caused the crowd to involuntarily let their imaginations run wild and wild. Perhaps because they realized something, the crowd's gazes shifted away again and landed on Xiao Yanpu. One must know that Wuhan Lingyu was Xiao Yanpu's fiancée in name. Today, Xiao Yanpu came to the Wuhan residence in high spirits to propose marriage. However, he didn't expect such a dramatic scene to occur. Xiao Yanpu's fiancée, Wuhan Lingyu, actually chased after an unfamiliar young man without any reservation. This Zhuowen is really something. Xiao Yanpu laughed instead of being angry. However, his gaze became even colder as he stared fixedly at Zhuowen. It was as if he wanted to devour someone. Ling Feng and Ling Ying, who were standing beside Xiao Yanpu, naturally saw the former's expression. The two of them looked at each other and the corners of their mouths curled up slightly. Zhuowen naturally heard Wuhan Lingyu's shouts behind him. However, he didn't want to stay in the Wuhan residence for too long. If it wasn't for the promise he made, he wouldn't have stepped into the Wuhan residence at all. Moreover, he had to be questioned by the people in the Wuhan residence. Zhuowen didn't want to suffer this kind of depressing feeling anymore. However, when Zhuowen walked into the martial arts practice field, he felt many gazes directed at him. Among them, there were a few that harbored ill intentions. He turned his head and saw Ling Feng and Ling Ying in the middle of the martial arts practice field, surrounded by many of the younger generation of the Wuhan family. Apart from that, he also noticed a bone-chilling gaze. Needless to say, this gaze was emitted by Xiaoyan Pu. Xiaoyan Pu. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuowen didn't stop walking. He and Xiaoyan Pu had minded their own business. If the latter didn't offend him, Zhuowen naturally wouldn't seek trouble for himself. Unfortunately, Zhuowen's thoughts were of his own accord. When he reached the middle of the martial arts practice field, Xiaoyan Pu blocked his path. "What's the matter?" Zhuowen asked indifferently. "What do you think? Lingyu is my woman. What are your intentions for approaching and seducing her?" Xiaoyan Pu stared at Zhuowen condescendingly, a trace of disdain in his eyes. This was because Zhuowen's aura was very weak in front of him. He was only at the ultimate emperor stage. As for the white-browed heavenly sovereign behind Zhuowen, Xiaoyan Pu subconsciously ignored him. This was because the white-browed heavenly sovereign was even more ruthless. He had actually completely concealed his aura. Now, he looked no different from an ordinary person. "From which dog's mouth did you hear that I was seducing Miss Lingyu?" Zhuowen was still as calm as water as he stared indifferently at Xiaoyan Pu. When these words came out, Leng Ying and Leng Feng's expressions darkened. The corners of their mouths twitched. They were the ones who had told Xiaoyan Pu about this. Now, Zhuowen's words were actually cursing them for having a dog's mouth. "Zhuowen. You lecher, are you still trying to quibble? Originally, our master of the Ruan clan believed that you could expel the cold from Lingyu's body. But what did you do? You actually drugged Lingyu and tried to ruin her chastity." Leng Ying suddenly pointed at Zhuowen and scolded him. Whoosh! Leng Ying's words caused an uproar. Everyone stared at Zhuowen and pointed at him. Their faces were filled with disdain. They didn't expect this seemingly harmless young man to do such a beastly thing. "Leng Ying. Don't speak nonsense." Leng Feng hurriedly pulled Leng Ying back and glared at the latter. How could she speak nonsense like that? After all, Xiaoyan Pu was still here. Leng Ying also realized that she had said something wrong. She immediately fell silent and didn't dare to look at Xiaoyan Pu's darkened face. "Lingyu. Is what Miss Leng Ying said true?" Xiaoyan Pu asked in a low voice. He was the second young master of the Xiaoyan family. Now that he had mustered a large force to propose marriage, what he was waiting for was that his fiancée's purity had been sullied. If this news were to spread out at this time, where would he put his face? Where would the Xiaoyan family behind him put their face? Ruan Lingyu's pretty face turned pale. Her beautiful eyes looked at Leng Ying in shock. She didn't expect Leng Ying to say something like that. Wasn't she trying to ruin her chastity? Nonsense. I was just trying to expel the cold from Miss Lingyu's body. Now that the cold in Miss Lingyu's body has been completely expelled, don't speak nonsense because of some shameless bitch, Zhuowen said coldly. "Huh? The cold in Lingyu's body has been expelled? Zhuowen, are you messing with us? Even the master of the Ruan clan can't do anything about the cold. How can a second-wheel ultimate emperor realm piece of trash like you cure her?" Leng Feng said in disbelief. The cold in Lingyu's body has indeed been expelled. Moreover, little brother Zhuo's character is upright. He didn't do anything improper. I was in the room at the time. A dignified voice sounded. No one knew when Ruan Xianfeng had arrived at the training grounds. Ruan Xianfeng walked up to Xiaoyan Pu and cupped his hands. "Young Master Xiaoyan, don't listen to the rumors. That Zhuowen didn't do anything improper." Xiaoyan Pu's expression softened when he heard this. He pointed at Zhuowen and said, "If that's the case, I won't pursue this matter. However, this boy spoke rudely to me just now. I want to teach him a lesson. I don't think the master of the Ruan clan will stop me, right?" Chapter 9:15. Unlucky Xianpu. As soon as Ruan Xianfeng said that, Zhuo Wen's gaze immediately darkened. Ruan Xianfeng wasn't speaking up for Zhuo Wen. He was just trying to clarify Ruan Lingyu's innocence and appease Xiaoyanpu. Now, this sentence was even more biased toward Xiaoyanpu. In Ruan Xuanfeng's opinion, even if he, Zhuo Wen, could successfully expel the cold energy from Ruan Lingyu's body, he would still be nothing compared to Xiaoyanpu's finger. After all, in Ruan Xuanfeng's heart, Zhuo Wen was weak, while Xiaoyanpu was a young master of an aristocratic family. The difference in status between the two was too big. As long as one wasn't stupid, they would take the opportunity to curry favor with Xiaoyanpu. Father! How can you do this? Young Master Zhuo successfully expelled the cold energy from my body. He is the benefactor of the Ruan clan. How can you do this? Ruan Lingyu was indignant. Just as she was about to walk towards Zhuo Wen, she was pulled back by Ruan Xianfeng. His powerful origin energy confined her in place, making it impossible for her to move. Lingyu. Zhuo Wen fulfilled his promise to help you expel the cold energy. Now that he has succeeded, he has nothing to do with the Ruan clan. Therefore, there is no need for the Ruan clan to help Zhuo Wen. Also, young Master Xiaoyan personally came to propose marriage. You should prepare well. I will send you to the Xiaoyan clan to marry young Master Xiaoyan, Ruan Xianfeng said indifferently. At this moment, Leng Feng and Leng Ying also came to Ruan Xuanfeng's side. The two of them said, Master is right. How can Zhuo Wen be compared to young Master Xiaoyan? Young miss, please don't go astray and listen to the words of an unruly person. Meanwhile, Xiaoyanpu's expression had turned ugly. This time, he had brought a lot of people to propose marriage, and Ruan Lingyu was his fiancée in name. But now, his fiancée was protecting a stranger. How could Xiaoyanpu's expression be any better? You're really shameless. I don't know what drug you gave Lingyu to make her help you like this. Now, I'll give you a chance. Kneel in front of me and bark 3 times. Then, cripple your cultivation and I'll let you leave the Ruan clan. I won't take your life. Xiaoyanpu stared at Zhuo Wen from high above. His eyes were filled with indifference. Clearly, he didn't care much about Zhuo Wen. After all, what could a mere second-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator do? Zhuo Wen's gaze became increasingly gloomy. He glanced indifferently at the faces of Ruan Xianfeng and the others, and his gaze was filled with killing intent. He sighed. Was intolerable. Worse was. Su, s. Not to sss, s to to hims. Tuzas. Scram. After Zhuo Wen spat out this word, he suddenly threw a punch at Xiaoyanpu in front of him. This Xiaoyanpu was like a housefly, buzzing around his ear, causing Zhuo Wen's mind to be in a mess. Looks like you're courting death. Seeing Zhuo Wen's fist coming at him, Xiaoyanpu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His right hand formed a claw, and a terrifying yuan power gushed out. He fearlessly met Zhuo Wen's fist with his claw. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Immediately, Xiaoyanpu felt a sharp pain in his right claw. Then, he was shocked to find that his right claw had been twisted by Zhuo Wen's punch. The bones in his arm had broken and pierced out of his shoulder. Drip. Fresh blood splattered down. Xiaoyanpu's miserable howl filled the air. Then, a figure flew out and landed heavily on the ground dozens of meters away. Swoosh! Swoosh! Everyone's gazes gathered in that direction, only to see a figure hugging his right arm in a sorry state. He was howling and struggling as bright blood dripped from his right arm, forming a small stream on the ground. When everyone's gaze shifted to the miserable figure's face, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The one who had been sent flying with a single move and had his right arm crippled was none other than Xiaoyanpu. Xiaoyanpu was a powerful 4-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, but the young man in front of him had a weak aura. He looked like he was only a two-wheel Ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. However, the result of their exchange was that Xianpu's right arm was crippled and he fell to the ground, screaming in pain. The other person was unscathed. "A piece of trash like you dares to be so arrogant in front of me? You even threaten to make me kneel down and bark, and cripple my own cultivation." Zhuowen smiled coldly. He took a step forward and was about to charge at Xianpu again. "How dare you, thief! How dare you!" A loud shout rang out. Immediately, the dozen cultivators behind Xianpu flew out. Zhuowen's attack had been too fast. Before they could react, Xianpu's right arm had been crippled, and he was in such a sorry state. Now that they had all come back to their senses, they were all shocked and furious. They looked at Zhuowen with eyes full of cold killing intent. The dozen cultivators that Xianpu had brought with him this time were not weak. The strongest among them was around the 7-wheel Ultimate Emperor realm, and the weakest was at the 4-wheel Ultimate Emperor realm. The combined power of these dozen cultivators was extremely terrifying. Zhuowen hid his cultivation from the beginning. Yuan Xianfeng, Ling Feng, and the others also saw the scene just now. Their faces revealed thoughtful expressions. It was obvious that Zhuowen's sudden outburst and defeat Xiaoyanpu with a single punch was somewhat out of their expectations. Humph. Zhuowen is dead for sure. He crippled Xianpu's right arm. He's destined to be hunted down by the Xianpu aristocratic family. Lang Ying came back to her senses and a cold smile appeared on her pretty face. Yuan Xianfeng and Ling Feng nodded. They had all experienced how terrifying the Xianpu aristocratic family was. After all, such an aristocratic family had a powerful golden venerable realm ancestor in charge. Such an existence was supreme and unapproachable in their eyes. It was precisely because of the strength of the Xianpu aristocratic family that Yuan Xianfeng was biased toward Xianpu. As for Zhuowen's strength that surpassed Xianpu's, Yuan Xianfeng was quite moved. Unfortunately, Zhuowen had no backing. How could he be compared to the Xianpu aristocratic family? Therefore, even though Yuan Xianfeng knew that Xianpu had gone overboard, he still had no intention of helping Zhuowen. "Father! How can you repay kindness with ingratitude? Xianpu kindly came to the Ruan clan to help you. Why don't you help him?" Ruan Lingyu's pretty face was filled with shock and anger, especially after seeing that Zhuowen was surrounded by the Xianpu aristocratic family's warriors. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Unfortunately, she was now confined to the spot by Yuan Xianfeng and could not move at all. Otherwise, she would have risked her life to help Zhuowen. "Fool! Don't be silly. Zhuowen crippled Xianpu's right arm, so he has already formed a grudge with the Xianpu aristocratic family. If we help Zhuowen deal with the Xianpu aristocratic family, then our Yuan clan will be doomed eternally." Yuan Xianfeng shook his head. "Father! You! Xianpu's identity is mysterious and his strength is very strong. In addition, he can expel the cold air from my body. Do you think Xianpu's background is weaker than the Xianpu aristocratic family? Perhaps the power behind Xianpu aristocratic family is not weaker than the Xianpu aristocratic family. If we help Xianpu aristocratic family, we will be able to gain the favor of the power behind him. Moreover, the Xianpu aristocratic family proposed marriage to our Yuan clan for no reason. There is something fishy in itself. Don't be blinded by benefits, okay?" Yuan Lingyu scolded somewhat angrily. Yuan Xuanfeng's actions disappointed her. Yuan Xuanfeng's gaze froze. What Yuan Lingyu said was not without reason. Zhuowen did not look like a rogue cultivator. After all, the strength he displayed was indeed not inferior to the average aristocratic family's disciples. In fact, he was even more outstanding. Generally speaking, a young martial artist with such talent and strength would be backed by a powerful force. "Master! Don't listen to such words. We were the ones who saved Zhuowen. Moreover, from the looks of it, he was being hunted down. Even if he is a disciple of a big family, looking at his sorry state, I'm afraid that even if he has a powerful force behind him, he has already been eliminated, Leng Feng suddenly said. Wan Xianfeng nodded and said in a deep voice, Elder Leng's words are not without reason. Zhuowen has always been a lone wolf. He doesn't look like a warrior with a powerful force behind him. Moreover, even if he does, I'm afraid that it might not be comparable to the Xianpu aristocratic family. So, let's just wait and see what happens next. Having said that, Wan Xianfeng stopped talking. His gaze was fixed on Zhuowen, who was in front of him, as well as the dozen or so extremely powerful warriors surrounding Zhuowen. Wan Xianfeng was indeed an old fox. He knew that if he chose the wrong side, it would be a devastating blow to the Ruan clan. Therefore, he could only wait and see. In the end, no one could blame the Ruan clan. At this moment, Zhuowen stared indifferently at the dozen or so warriors around him. With a wave of his right hand, he took out a blood spear from his spirit ring and said indifferently, the one who offended me is Xianpu, not you. If you don't want to die, scram. What an arrogant tone. Do you really think that you're invincible after defeating Xiaoyan? Later, we'll let you have a taste of what it's like to live a life worse than death. The strongest man in the lead licked his lips and said coldly. If that's the case, then all of you can die. After saying that, Zhuowen didn't waste any more words. With a stomp of his foot, his entire body turned into a bloody shadow, and his speed soared to the extreme. It was as if hundreds of Zhuowen's bloody shadows had appeared in the surrounding space in an instant, dazzling everyone who saw it. Deliberately mystifying. Let's go together and take this person down. The leader shouted coldly. Although the blood shadow that suddenly appeared was extremely fast, he was not afraid. After all, they had more people on their side. He did not believe that Zhuowen could escape from his grasp. Chapter 9:16. Qing Luo's guardian, dead. The leader's heart sank when he saw the dozen or so people behind him being killed in an instant. His face was pale and he couldn't hide the shock in his heart at all. He did not even see how the dozen or so people behind him had died. How could he not be shocked? After all, he was an ultimate seven-wheel emperor realm ancient martial art practitioner. Even he did not see how Zhuowen had killed his subordinates behind him. It's your turn now. A cold voice rang out. A blood spear pierced out as if it was illusory and swept towards the man's back. Clang! The man broke out in a cold sweat. However, he was quite experienced in battle. He reached out with his right hand and a green spear appeared in it. He threw it behind him. The sound of metal clashing rang out and sparks flew. Then, the man felt a huge force coming from the spear in his hands. He groaned and retreated. Thud. 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 After retreating a dozen steps, the man stared at the youth holding the blood spear in front of him. His heart was like waves in the water. An uproar broke out among the crowd in the martial arts practice field. There were even quite a few younger generation members whose faces were flushed red with excitement. Zhuowen was also young, but the strength he had displayed was so terrifying. How could they not want to be like Zhuowen, who could make others tremble in fear with a wave of his hand? How is this Zhuowen so strong? Wan Xianfeng and Leng Feng finally revealed shocked expressions. They were already shocked that Zhuowen had defeated Xiaoyan Pu with a single move. However, the dozen or so subordinates of the Xiaoyan family had attacked. The weakest among them was an ultimate four-wheel emperor. However, such a lineup had been killed in the blink of an eye. Only one person was left. Moreover, this remaining person was an ultimate seven-wheel emperor expert. However, he was in a sorry state when facing Zhuowen. He was panicking and helpless. It was obvious that Zhuowen's hidden strength was above that of an ultimate seven-will emperor. Lang Ying was even more stunned. Her beautiful eyes stared at the dozen or so subordinates of the Shaoyan family who had died. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. What's going on? When did this trash Zhuowen become so strong? Even ultimate seven-will emperor realm ancient martial art practitioners are no match for him. Lang Ying muttered softly. She was still in disbelief. The reason why Lord Zhuo was so weak back then was because he was severely injured. Now that his injuries have healed, his strength has naturally recovered as well. Wan Lingyu shook her head and explained when she saw the look of disbelief on Lang Ying's face. Humph. So what if he was strong? At most, he's at the pinnacle of the seven-will emperor realm. He's no match for Xiaoyan Qin Lin of the Xiaoyan aristocratic family. Moreover, he killed a member of the Xiaoyan aristocratic family, so he'll definitely be hunted down by the Xiaoyan aristocratic family. He'll definitely die. Lang Ying snorted coldly. Perhaps it was because Lang Ying realized that the trash from back then had become so strong that she felt a tinge of jealousy in her heart. Coupled with the fact that Zhuowen had slapped her a few times just now, Lang Ying hated Zhuowen to the bone. She couldn't wait for him to die. Looking at Lang Ying's expression, Wan Lingyu could more or less guess what she was thinking. However, she didn't say anything. She only shook her head and stared worriedly at Zhuowen, who was holding the blood spear. Although the strength Zhuowen had displayed was terrifying, and he could even fight against an ultimate seven-will emperor realm expert, the Xiaoyan aristocratic family wasn't so simple. Today, Zhuowen had killed a member of the Xiaoyan aristocratic family, so the Xiaoyan aristocratic family definitely wouldn't let him off. Die! Zhuowen stomped his foot, and his entire body turned into a blood shadow as he rushed toward the Xiaoyan aristocratic family cultivator. With a swing of his blood spear, a boundless sea of blood swept out from the void and ruthlessly crushed toward the Xiaoyan aristocratic family cultivator. Damn it! Break for me! The Xiaoyan aristocratic family cultivator's eyes were gloomy. He flicked the long spear in his hand upward, and waves of green energy swept out from the long spear like a long river. They poured out in torrents and swept toward the sea of blood in the sky. Bang! The green river collided with the sea of blood, causing a terrifying explosion. The green and blood-colored water droplets mixed together, and a strange rain of green and blood-colored water droplets fell from the sky, pitter-patter. Die! A heavenly might-like voice was transmitted from deep within the sea of blood. Immediately, a partially visible figure suddenly rushed over and arrived in front of the long green river in an instant. After which, a blood spear slowly rushed over as though it had penetrated through space. Finally, it stopped in front of the long green river. Rumble! A deafening sound rang out. Soon after, the green river completely collapsed at that moment, shattering into countless streaks of green light. Swish! The sea of blood swept out, forming a revolving, blood-red vortex. Zhuowen stood at the center of the vortex. His eyes were cold as he immediately shot toward the Xiaoyan aristocratic family cultivator. Piss off! Seeing the terrifying blood-red vortex, a sliver of fear finally appeared in the eyes of the Xiaoyan aristocratic family cultivator. However, he also knew that if he fled, he would definitely be killed by Zhuowen. Only by taking the initiative to meet the attack would he have a chance of survival. The Xiaoyan aristocratic family cultivator fiercely stabbed the green spear into the ground. His hands formed a seal, and green light surged out from his body like a monstrous wave. With him as the center, an endless sea of green light spread out. Green net protection. With a low roar, the Xiaoyan aristocratic family cultivator slammed his hands on the ground. The surrounding green sea actually started to violently revolve around the green spear, forming a terrifying defense. It's useless. Your defense won't be able to stop me. Zhuowen's voice rumbled like thunder. The blood-red vortex arrived in an instant, pressing against the edge of the green sea of whirlpool. Subsequently, Zhuowen spat out yuan power from his right palm. Golden light flickered, and a hole was blasted open at the edge of the green sea. Then, Zhuowen drilled into it like a hot knife through butter. Swoosh! Zhuowen was extremely fast, and arrived at the center of the green sea in an instant. The Shaoyan aristocratic family cultivator had clearly not expected that Zhuowen would be able to pass through the green sea so easily and arrive at the center of the green sea. By the time the Shaoyan aristocratic family cultivator had reacted, a blood shadow had pierced through his chest at lightning speed. Soon after, he realized that his chest had been pierced by a blood spear at some unknown time. On the other side of the blood spear's handle, a young man with a sinister gaze was indifferently looking down at him. "You, who exactly are you?" The Shaoyan aristocratic family cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood as he stared at Zhuowen and asked the question in his heart. The Shaoyan aristocratic family cultivator was an ultimate 7-will emperor expert, but the young man before him had killed him like a dog. How could he not know that the latter was much stronger than him? Moreover, this person was so young, and was definitely not a nobody in Yen City. This was because the geniuses of the younger generation who had the strength to kill an ultimate 7-will emperor expert were basically all ranked on the flame god list. However, the young man before him did not lose out to any of the geniuses on the flame god list. "I am not from Yen City," Zhuowen indifferently replied. "As expected. However, you have offended our Shaoyan aristocratic family. You will not be able to escape from the clutches of the Shaoyan aristocratic family in Yen City. Your fate will also be death." The Shaoyan aristocratic family cultivator knew that he was going to die, so he simply laughed out loud. "Then you can rest in peace," Zhuowen indifferently said. He exerted force with his right hand and the blood spear suddenly began to spin. Waves of terrifying blood energy spread out and the Shaoyan aristocratic family cultivator was instantly blown into a bloody mist. What exactly happened inside? Who won and who lost? At this moment, everyone in the martial arts practice ground stared unblinkingly at the blood sea vortex and the green ocean. When the two energy spheres had collided, they had been in a deadlock. No one had been able to see what had happened inside. This is the ultimate 7-will emperor's desperate move. Even if Zhuowen does not die, he will be seriously injured. Yuan Xuanfeng's eyes flashed. He could naturally see that the ultimate 7-will emperor had used all of his strength to execute this terrifying move. Zhuowen's performance was indeed monstrous. However, the green ocean was the ultimate move of that warrior. No matter how strong Zhuowen was, it was impossible for him not to be affected. Leng Feng and Leng Ying nodded. They were also looking forward to seeing how miserable Zhuowen would be. If they had the chance, they would not let go of any opportunity to let Zhuowen leave this place alive. At this moment, Xiaoyan Pu, who was not far away, had already arrived beside Ruan Xianfeng and Leng Feng with the help of the Ruan aristocratic family disciples. His face was extremely gloomy. He could clearly feel that all the bones in his right hand had been shattered. Zhuowen had not shown any mercy and had not given him any leeway. He knew that his right arm was really going to be crippled from now on. "Zhuowen, you damn bastard. You better die. Otherwise, I will let you have a taste of what it feels like to live a life worse than death." Xiaoyan Pu muttered coldly. Boom! At this moment, the green ocean and the blood sea whirlpool finally collapsed completely and turned into countless light spots that filled the entire space. The result is about to be out. Many pairs of eyes gathered together. All of them knew that the blood sea swirl and the green ocean had collapsed. It was likely that the battle within had also ended. However, it was still unknown who had emerged victorious. Dang dang dang. A clear sound of footsteps was heard. A tall and straight figure slowly walked out from the green and blood light spots. His right hand was holding a blood spear that was about 10 feet long. The blood spear was propped up on the ground. As he walked, the friction between the spear and the ground created sparks. The ear-piercing sound stimulated everyone's eardrums. It's Zhuowen. That Zhuowen has won. Moreover, he seems to be unharmed. Looking at the figure that was slowly walking out, the crowd burst into an uproar. Xiao Yanpu stared at the figure that was walking out. He gritted his teeth and the hatred in his eyes was extremely deep. If looks could kill, Xiao Yanpu's gaze would have killed Zhuowen several times over. Unharmed. This Zhuowen is actually unharmed after the desperate attack of a seven-wheel ultimate emperor. Wan Xianfeng, Ling Feng, and Ling Ying were all stunned. This was because not only was Zhuowen unharmed, but his body was also clean and tidy. However, the seven-wheel ultimate emperor had completely disappeared. Chapter 9:17. Xiao Yanpu's death. Zhuowen raised his head slightly as he walked out from the countless specks of light. His gaze swept past the crowd in the martial arts practice field and landed on Xiao Yanpu, who was standing beside Ling Feng. A substantial killing intent burst forth and descended upon Xiao Yanpu. Xiao Yanpu felt a chill in his heart when he felt the chilling killing intent. He involuntarily took a step back and stared at Zhuowen. He said coldly, "Zhuowen. You're getting bolder and bolder. You actually dared to kill someone from the Xiaoyan family. Now, you better know what's good for you and take the initiative to apologize to the Xiaoyan family. Perhaps the Xiaoyan family will spare your worthless life." Dang dang dang. Zhuowen's gaze was cold and emotionless. He walked step by step toward Xiao Yanpu without saying a word. Xiao Yanpu felt a chill in his heart when he saw Zhuowen's actions. He took a step back and hid behind Ling Feng. He stared at Zhuowen with fear. "Zhuowen. You're too bold. Killing someone from the Xiaoyan family is already an unforgivable crime. Now, you want to commit a heinous crime against the Xiaoyan family?" Ling Feng consciously stood in front of Xiao Yanpu and stared coldly at Zhuowen, who was slowly walking toward him. However, Zhuowen still did not say a word. He was expressionless as he slowly walked forward. His killing intent surged like a monstrous wave. Ling Feng, who was standing in front of Xiao Yanpu, stiffened and revealed a furious expression. "I think you're courting death. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite." Ling Feng snorted. He took a step forward and dashed toward Zhuowen. He wanted to kill Zhuowen. Zhuowen glanced indifferently at Ling Feng, who was rushing towards him. With a stomp of his foot, his entire body transformed into an illusory blood shadow and instantly disappeared from the spot. Boom! Ling Feng's attack had already reached the ground where Zhuowen was standing. The violent attack poured out and caused the ground to crack, forming a huge crater. "This little bastard is really slippery." Ling Feng's eyes darkened. He seemed to have realized something. He quickly turned to Xiao Yanpu and shouted, "Not good." Indeed, a blood shadow had already appeared in front of Xiao Yanpu. Zhuowen's right palm spat out elemental energy, mercilessly striking Xiao Yanpu's body. Xiao Yanpu's face was full of panic. After his right hand was crippled by Zhuowen, he feared Zhuowen like a tiger. He didn't dare to face Zhuowen directly. At this moment, seeing Zhuowen's attack descending, Xiao Yanpu could only helplessly block it with his left hand. He spat out his origin energy in an attempt to block Zhuowen's attack. Gotcha! Another crisp bone-cracking sound rang out clearly in Xiao Yanpu's ears. Immediately, extreme pain spread throughout his body. Ah! Xiao Yanpu spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. He landed heavily on the ground. His hands were twisted in an irregular manner, and he couldn't move them at all. It was obvious that Xiao Yanpu's hands were completely crippled. Miserable shrieks unceasingly resounded across the training grounds, causing the hearts of the other people in the training grounds to turn cold. When their gazes gathered on Zhuo Wen's body, they were all filled with fear. The young man in front of them was too ruthless. Xiaoyan Pu was the second son of the Xiaoyan family. Now, this person completely disregarded the power of the Xiaoyan family and crippled Xiaoyan Pu's arms. This was even more painful than killing Xiaoyan Pu. Whoosh! Zhuowen arrived in front of Xiaoyan Pu in an instant. His right foot stomped heavily on Xiaoyan Pu's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and almost pass out. Previously, you said that if I kneel down, bark 3 times, and cripple my own cultivation, you would spare my life. Now, do you still have the right to say that? Zhuowen stepped on Xiaoyan Pu's body and looked down at him. The coldness in his eyes was extremely dense, like the ice in the deep sea. Don't kill me. I'm the second son of the Xiaoyan family. If you kill me, the Xiaoyan family will definitely chase you to the ends of the earth. You'd better not kill me. Xiaoyan Pu panicked and spoke without thinking. Boom! Zhuowen stomped his foot again. Xiaoyan Pu spat out a mouthful of blood and his chest caved in irregularly. You still want to use the Xiaoyan family to threaten me? Now that your life is in my hands, do you think you have the right to threaten me? Zhuowen said indifferently. Xiaoyan Pu's aura became extremely weak. He stared at Zhuowen and said in a low voice, then, what do you want in order to let me go? Enough. Zhuowen, don't go too far. This is my Ruan family's territory. Don't you think that you're looking down on me, the patriarch of the Ruan family, by being so arrogant here? Ruan Xianfeng finally opened his mouth and stared at Zhuowen. A trace of coldness filled the air and the aura in his body surged out. Oh. Ruan family head's meaning is that all this is because of me? Then I'd like to ask Patriarch Ruan, who was the one who was so aggressive in the beginning, blocking my path and not letting me leave. Why didn't Patriarch Ruan stop them at that time? And after the people of the Xiaoyan family tried to kill me, why didn't Patriarch Ruan stop them at that time? Now that the people of the Xiaoyan family were killed by me and Xiaoyan Pu was trampled under my feet, you suddenly opened your mouth and asked me not to go too far. Don't you think your way of doing things is ridiculous? Slightly raising his head, Zhuowen calmly stared at Ruan Xianfeng with a cold smile. This Ruan Xianfeng was really a snob. In order to climb up the branch of the Xiaoyan family, not only did he sacrifice his own daughter, he even inverted the truth. The more Zhuowen looked at this kind of face, the more disgusted he felt. Ruan Xuanfeng's face stiffened and his gaze was gloomy. Just as he was about to speak, Leng Ying suddenly interrupted, who do you think you are? Can you be compared to the Xiaoyan young master? You'd better let go of the Xiaoyan young master now. Otherwise, you'll die without a doubt. Noisy. Zhuowen glanced at Leng Ying indifferently and released origin energy from his right palm. Instantly, a suction force surged out. Leng Ying was caught off guard and was pulled forward by the suction force. Without any resistance, she was caught in Zhuowen's palm. Slap. With a slap, a 5-fingered handprint appeared on Leng Ying's swollen cheek. Even a bloody tooth flew out. Zhuowen didn't hold back at all in this slap. Zhuowen, you bastard, you dare to hit me again? Leng Ying was almost mad with anger. At the beginning, Zhuowen had slapped her twice in the hall. At that time, there weren't many people in the hall, so Leng Ying didn't feel too humiliated. She only felt very angry. But now, all the disciples of the Ruan clan were gathered in the martial arts arena. In front of everyone's eyes, she was held in the hands of Zhuowen like a little chick. She was even slapped by Zhuowen in front of countless people. I said, you're too noisy. Zhuowen said indifferently. With a backhand slap, a loud slap sounded again. Both sides of Leng Ying's face swelled up, revealing a bright red handprint. Leng Ying was completely silent. She covered both sides of her face and didn't dare to say another word. Zhuowen was completely unrestrained. Zhuowen. You bastard, let go of Leng Ying. shouted a loud voice. Leng Feng was like a great rock spreading its wings as he flew towards Zhuo Wen. Zhuo Wen frowned, he threw Leng Ying towards Leng Feng with his right hand. Leng Feng's eyes narrowed. He stomped his foot in the air and stopped his forward momentum. Then, he raised his right hand and caught Leng Ying who was flying towards him. Zhuo Wen. Don't go overboard. As long as you let go of Prince Xiaoyan now, we'll immediately let you leave the Ruan clan. Ruan Xianfeng slowly walked towards Zhuo Wen, a terrifying aura gushing out. Ruan Xianfeng. I, Zhuo Wen, have never seen such a shameless person in my life. Do you really think I don't know what you're thinking? You just don't want to offend the Xiaoyan clan. Moreover, you think that I, Zhuo Wen, am weak. Am I right? Zhuo Wen's indifferent words caused Ruan Xianfeng to stop in his tracks. His eyes narrowed as he said, "What are you trying to say?" "What I want to say is that I'm not afraid of the Xiaoyan clan. You better not provoke me, Zhuo Wen. Otherwise, your end will be even more miserable than Xiaoyan Pu's." At this point, Zhuo Wen pinched the blood spear in his right hand. Like a blood-red lightning, it streaked across Xiaoyan Pu's neck. Woo! Xiaoyan Pu clutched his neck. His mouth was filled with blood as he let out a vague whimper. His eyes were fixed on Zhuo Wen. Even until his death, he did not expect that Zhuo Wen would actually kill him. He died unwillingly. For a moment, the entire martial arts practice field fell into a strange silence. Everyone's eyes were focused on Xiaoyan Pu, whose neck had been pierced by the sword. Xiaoyan Pu whimpered for a while before he completely lost his breath. His eyes were wide open as he died with grievances. Dead. Xiaoyan Pu actually died in front of them just like that. You actually dared to kill Xiaoyan Pu. Ruan Xianfeng coldly snorted as he stared at Zhuo Wen. A terrifying murderous aura burst out, and Ruan Xuanfeng's heart had already sunk to the bottom. Xiaoyan Pu came to the Ruan clan today to propose marriage. It should have been a happy occasion, but now it had become a funeral. Ruan Xianfeng knew that the Ruan clan could not escape from the responsibility of Xiaoyan Pu's death. If the Xiaoyan clan were to blame them, the Ruan clan would really be finished. Zhuo Wen's gaze was calm as he said indifferently, "Why is the Ruan clan head so agitated? What I want to ask is Xiaoyan Pu a disciple of the Ruan clan?" "No." Ruan Xuanfeng's expression was ugly as he replied. "If not, then why is the Ruan clan head so agitated? Now that Xiaoyan Pu is dead, this matter is over. I won't stay here any longer." With a faint smile, Zhuo Wen took a step forward. Under everyone's gaze, he was about to leave the Ruan clan. However, Zhuo Wen had only taken a few steps when he was blocked by a figure. Raising his head slightly, the person blocking Zhuo Wen was Leng Feng. At this moment, Leng Feng was looking down at Zhuo Wen and coldly said, "You want to leave after killing someone? Do you think that the Ruan clan is a place where you can come and go as you please? Then what do you want?" Zhuo Wen raised his eyebrows and sneered. Chapter 9:18. Shed all pretense of cordiality. If you can agree to this condition, we can let you leave the Ruan family. Ruan Xianfeng slowly walked until he was 10 meters behind Zhuo Wen. He spoke casually as if what he said was insignificant. Zhuo Wen's gaze turned cold. Ruan Xianfeng was really arrogant. He actually proposed such a condition. He actually wanted Zhuo Wen to bind his own arms and go to the Xiaoyan aristocratic family personally to show that killing Xiaoyan Pu had nothing to do with the Ruan family. What does my killing of Xiaoyan Pu have to do with the Ruan family? And what right do you have to make me bind my own arms and go to the Xiaoyan aristocratic family? You, who do you think you are? Zhuo Wen slowly turned his head and said in a cold voice. Since Ruan Xianfeng had shed all pretense of cordiality with him, Zhuo Wen had nothing to fear. Previously, He didn't want to deal with the Ruan family because Ruan Lingyu was the daughter of the Ruan family. Therefore, Zhuowen didn't kill anyone from the Ruan family. Even for Ling Ying, Zhuowen had only given her 2 slaps. But now, Ruan Xianfeng had shed all pretense of cordiality and planned to deal with Zhuowen. He even planned to take Zhuowen's life. So, why should Zhuowen have any scruples? As he spoke, Zhuowen turned his head and looked at Ruan Lingyu, who was imprisoned by Ruan Xianfeng. He smiled faintly and said, "Miss Lingyu. Thank you for saving my life back then. I've already repaid your kindness just now, so I've already cut off all ties with the Ruan family. And now, your father and Ling Feng from the Ruan family are being aggressive. So, I can only offend you." Ruan Lingyu could only stand there motionlessly. When she heard Zhuowen's words, her beautiful eyes were filled with regret. She didn't expect that Zhuowen would fall out with the Ruan family in the end. However, Ruan Lingyu also knew that Ruan Xianfeng and Ling Feng had indeed gone overboard. It was normal for Zhuowen to fall out with them. What did you just say about me? Ling Feng's eyes narrowed as veins popped out on his forehead. This damned brat actually dared to call him an old dog in front of everyone. How hateful. You kept barking in my ear. Am I wrong to call you an old dog? Zhuowen retorted. Good, good. Looks like you don't know how to write the word death. Let me teach you. Ling Feng roared angrily. The powerful aura of an 8-wheel emperor surged out. His right palm was covered in flames. He clenched his right hand, and the flames shot upward. They turned into a blazing sun that floated quietly above his head. Sun manipulation techniques. Red sun, blazing sun. As he spoke, Ling Feng stomped his foot. Terrifying flames gushed out from the blazing sun above his head, forming a powerful fire python. Sizzle. The fire python flicked its tongue and roared angrily. It pounced toward Zhuowen. In an instant, the surrounding temperature soared to a terrifying level. The murderous intent in Zhuowen's eyes seemed to materialize. Since Ling Feng really wanted to die, Zhuowen would no longer hold back. Sizzle. At the thought of this, Zhuowen stabbed the blood spear into the ground. He stood quietly on the spot and stared at the fire python that was pouncing toward him. What's wrong with Zhuowen? Why did he put down his weapon? Could it be that he knows that he's no match for Elder Ling, so he decided to give up? Zhuowen's strange behavior caused many people in the surroundings to reveal puzzled expressions. Could it be that Zhuowen had really given up on resisting? Looks like this little bastard has given up because he doesn't have any hope of defeating my father. However, it's a pity that letting this little bastard die like this is letting him off too easily. Ling Ying covered her face. Naturally, she also noticed the scene not far away. Her eyes revealed a pleased expression. Zhuowen had humiliated her, so she naturally hated Zhuowen to the core. She wanted nothing more than for Zhuowen to die a horrible death. However, when the fire python was a few meters away from Zhuowen, an invisible force swept out from between Zhuowen's brows. It seemed to form an invisible barrier in front of him. Boom! In front of this invisible barrier, the fire python's body stiffened. It was knocked dizzy and continuously shook its triangular head. This is mental energy. Ruan Xuanfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately recognized the source of the invisible force in front of Zhuowen. Mental energy. This little bastard is actually an arcana master. Ruan Xuanfeng's voice was not soft. Everyone in the martial arts practice field could hear him. Ling Feng frowned slightly. His gaze became even colder as he said in a low voice, "So what if you have mental energy? You're only around 20 years old. You're already considered a genius if your mental energy can reach grade 3. It's impossible for you to be that strong. Die." As he spoke, Ling Feng waved his right hand. The blazing sun that was suspended above his head was thrown out. The huge blazing sun was like a real scorching sun that fell from the sky. The terrifying heat spread out, turning the entire martial arts practice field into a furnace. Many warriors could not stand the heat and retreated, distancing themselves from the center of the blazing sun. What a terrifying attack! The sun manipulation art's red sun blazing sun is Elder Ling's strongest attack. Zhuowen is dead meat. Many of the Ruan family disciples in the martial arts practice field had lingering fear in their eyes. Ling Feng's sun manipulation art was well known in the Ruan family. It was extremely powerful. Do you really think that my mental energy is that weak? The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up. The mental energy in his Naiwan palace gushed out and formed a mental energy storm around him. Being in the middle of the mental energy storm, Zhuowen's long hair and robe fluttered. He looked like a god that had descended to the mortal world. What? Mental energy storm? This is a secret spirit skill that only grade 5 arcana masters can use. How did this kid learn it? Ruan Xuanfeng's eyes widened as he could not help but exclaim. How could it be? The young man in front of him was only around 20 years old. Could it be that his mental energy had already reached grade 5? Was this a joke? Boom! The huge blazing sun arrived in an instant and heavily slammed into the spiritual storm. Muffled thunderous explosions resounded throughout the entire space. Countless explosions sounded like countless thunderbolts falling from the 9 heavens, continuously ringing out. Break for me! Zhuowen slowly floated above the mental energy storm. With a swing of his right hand, the mental energy storm turned into rays of cold light and blasted towards the blazing sun. It was like a meat grinder that devoured the huge blazing sun. Following which, the crowd was shocked to see that the huge blazing sun was actually smashed into pieces and turned into countless specks of light. It broke just like that. Before the crowd could react, the blazing sun had been destroyed. Since when did Ling Feng's yang manipulation art become so weak? After the initial shock, the crowd regained their senses. They knew that it was not that Ling Feng's yang manipulation art was weak, but that the mental energy storm that surrounded Zhuowen was too terrifying. Puchi. The moment the blazing sun was broken, Ling Feng suffered a backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. However, his heart was already filled with shock. His strongest move was actually broken just like that. It didn't even last for a quarter of an hour. Whoosh! The moment Ling Feng was sent flying, Zhuowen stepped on the mouth of the storm and shot towards Ling Feng at an extreme speed. Zhuowen! How dare you! Ruan Xianfeng also noticed Zhuowen's actions. He roared in anger and surged his yuan energy towards Zhuowen. He knew that with the grudge between Zhuowen and Ling Feng would probably die if Zhuowen really attacked him. Ling Feng was the second strongest expert in the Ruan family and an ultimate emperor realm expert. He was the mainstay of the Ruan family. If Ling Feng died, the Ruan family would suffer a great loss. You want to stop me? I'm afraid you can't do it. Zhuowen coldly snorted. With a thought, the countless mental energy storm behind him blocked in front of Ruan Xianfeng, causing the latter's body to freeze as if he had fallen into a swamp. In an instant, Zhuowen had shaken off Ruan Xianfeng. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhuowen was above Ling Feng. He swung the blood spear in his right hand and slammed it heavily on Ling Feng's chest. Ling Feng felt the blood in his body boil as he spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. When he reached the crater, Zhuowen's blood spear flashed coldly. With a poochie sound, 2 arms flew into the air, bringing with them bright red pillars of blood. Ah! Zhuowen, how dare you break my arms, you son of a bitch! Within the deep pit, Ling Feng let out a miserable howl and began to curse Zhuowen without restraint. However, before he could finish, a foot stomped on his face, causing his face to sink into the ground. All he could do was let out a whimper. Ling Feng! Ever since I, Zhuo Wen, entered your Wan clan, you've been acting all high and mighty. Furthermore, you even impolitely used your consciousness to examine my entire body. You think that you're my senior, that you're stronger than me, that you're high and mighty, so you think that I, Zhuo Wen, can be humiliated as you please. However, I want to ask you a question now. You're being stepped on by me and your arms have been broken by me. Your arrogance before is a joke. You're nothing in front of me. Zhuo Wen said coldly. With a kick, Leng Feng was lifted into the air. Then, Zhuo Wen kicked Leng Feng's chest with his right foot. Puchi. Leng Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and flew into the air. Then, Zhuo Wen threw the blood spear in his right hand. The blood spear streaked across the air and accurately pierced through the left side of Leng Feng's heart. Under the piercing force of the blood spear, Leng Feng's entire body was lifted up and shot backwards. Finally, he was nailed to a red wooden pillar. At this moment, Leng Feng stared at Zhuo Wen with his eyes wide open. His eyes were filled with regret. He had never expected that the young man in front of him would be so terrifying and that he would be killed so easily. All these were things that Leng Feng had not expected. Right now, Leng Feng could only die with a heart full of regret. The entire martial arts practice field was eerily silent. No one said a word. Their eyes were fixed on Leng Feng's body that was nailed to the pillar. Their expressions froze. Father! A mournful shriek broke the silence of the martial arts arena. Leng Ying dashed towards Leng Feng, who was hanging on the pillar. She wailed mournfully, her voice filled with sorrow. Chapter 919. Mystic Soul Ice Butterfly. In the southeast of Yen City, there was an extremely large mansion. Streams of people flowed through the mansion, and it was heavily guarded. Guards in black armor patrolled the crisscrossing paths in the mansion. In front of this behemoth-like mansion, there was a huge stone tablet that was several tens of meters tall. It was like a small mountain, and on the stone tablet, there were 4 large golden words, Shaoyan Clan. This enormous mansion belonged to one of the 4 great families of Yen City, the Shaoyan clan. At this moment, in a rather large secret chamber within the Shaoyan clan mansion, the 2 guards guarding the secret chamber had shocked expressions on their faces. Inside the secret chamber, there were many jade tokens. On the front of these jade tokens, there was a row of names. These names were the life tokens of important figures in the Shaoyan family. If this life token was broken, it meant that the corresponding member of the jade token had died. At this moment, a jade pendant in the middle actually showed signs of shattering. In the end, it shattered into pieces. The name on the jade pendant was Shaoyan Pu, the second son of the Shaoyan clan. The second son's pendant shattered. Has the second son died? The 2 guards looked at each other and saw a trace of panic in each other's eyes. As the second son of the Shaoyan clan, Shaoyan Pu's status was rather high. Moreover, the ancestor of the Shaoyan clan was rather fond of him. Now that Shaoyan Pu's life pendant had shattered, it meant that Shaoyan Pu was really dead. Something big has happened. We have to report this to the patriarch. When they thought of this, the 2 guards hurried out of the secret room and walked towards the central hall of the Shaoyan clan. The patriarch of the Shaoyan clan basically lived in the central hall. Moreover, if something important happened in the Shaoyan clan, they would report it to the central hall. At this moment, 2 figures stood side by side in the huge central hall. One of the 2 figures was middle-aged. His sideburns were slightly white, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp and often flickered with light. The other figure was about 23 years old. His face was angular and was quite similar to the middle-aged man beside him. If the people of the Shaoyan family were to come in, they would definitely be able to recognize these 2 people. The middle-aged man was the head of the Shaoyan family, Shaoyan Zhua, and the young man was Shaoyan Zhua's eldest son, Shaoyan Qinglin. He was a genius on the Yen city's flame god list and was also Xiao Yen Pu's elder brother. Father. Wouldn't it be too early for second brother to go to the Ruan Manor to propose marriage? Ruan Lingyu is only a few months away from turning 18, and the 10,000-year black soul ice parasite larva in her body hasn't fully matured yet, Xiaoyan Qinglin said calmly. Xiaoyan Zhua shook his head and chuckled, Qinglin. This is something you don't know, but this 10,000-year-old profound soul ice goo was something I found with great difficulty in the Northern Sea. I know its habits very well, and the phoenix feather has a strong catalytic effect on this goo's larvae. It has been a month since Pu gave the phoenix feather to Ruan Lingyu. I'm afraid that the 10,000-year black soul ice goo larva in Ruan Lingyu's body is about to break out of its cocoon and mature into a profound soul ice butterfly. Such a meta beast is extremely precious and rare, and it must not be leaked. Otherwise, not only will the 3 great clans cast covetous glances at it, even the 5 great super factions of Yen City may interfere. Therefore, we must bring Ruan Lingyu into the mansion in advance. Xiaoyan Qinglin nodded. His eyes flashed as he asked, Father. Is the profound soul ice butterfly really that powerful? Does it have the strength of the Xuanzuan realm from birth? Of course, the profound soul ice butterfly has inherited a trace of the bloodline of a powerful ancient sacred beast. It is said that it has the potential to become a Fey Emperor. As long as we can find a powerful cold chi, the profound soul ice butterfly can use the cold chi to transform into a Fey Emperor. It is extremely terrifying. At this point, Xiaoyan Zhua's eyes shone with a terrifying light. In their Yen city, only the Flame Emperor was at the Emperor realm. It was because of this that the imperial family was the undisputed #1 force in Yen city. If their Xiaoyan clan could nurture a Fey Emperor, they would surpass the other 4 super forces and be on the same level as the imperial family. It can transform into a Fey Emperor. This profound soul ice butterfly is so terrifying. Xiaoyan Qinglin was shocked. What kind of existence was a Fey Emperor? It was the emperor of all Fey Emperors. It was an existence even more terrifying than a human great emperor. After all, meta beasts were born much more powerful than humans. If they could become an emperor, their strength would definitely surpass great emperors of the same level. However, compared to humans, it was much more difficult for meta beasts to cultivate into a great emperor. Once a Fey Emperor appeared, it would definitely be a terrifying existence that could crush many human great emperors. Moreover, the profound soul ice butterfly was born in the Xuanzuan realm. The strength it can unleash is even more terrifying than ordinary Xuanzuan realm experts. I'm afraid that even I won't be able to defeat a newborn profound soul ice butterfly easily, Xiaoyan Zhua said faintly. What? Father, you are a peak expert in the Xuanzuan realm. The profound soul ice butterfly was born in the early Xuanzuan realm. You can't even defeat it? Xiaoyan Qinglin asked in surprise. Xiaoyan Zhua shook his head and continued, don't underestimate the profound soul ice butterfly. After all, it has the bloodline of an ancient sacred beast. Even in the early Xuanzuan realm, its strength is extremely terrifying. Therefore, this profound soul ice butterfly must be obtained by us. Then I am looking forward to that profound soul ice butterfly. Xiaoyan Qinglin's eyes flickered with anticipation. Thump. 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 The sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the central hall. Xiaoyan Zhua and Xiaoyan Qinglin, who were talking in the hall, frowned slightly. Their faces were slightly unsightly. At this moment, outside the hall, 2 guards in black armor hurriedly walked in. The 2 guards were at a loss, and their faces were full of panic. What's the matter? Xiaoyan Zhua said unhappily. Greetings, Master and eldest young master. Something bad has happened. Second young master's life tablet has been broken. The 2 guards hurriedly knelt on the ground and said with trembling bodies. Xiaoyan Zhua and Xiaoyan Qinglin's faces stiffened, and then their eyes widened. Xiaoyan Qinglin stared at the kneeling guards and shouted, "What did you say? My second brother's life tablet has been broken?" "It's absolutely true. The two of us are the guards of the secret pavilion. We saw second young master's life tablet break in front of us with our own eyes. I'm afraid second young master has met with misfortune." The two guards didn't dare to look at Xiaoyan Zhua and Xiaoyan Qinglin and said with trembling voices, "Shut up. I'll go take a look at the secret pavilion first. If you're lying, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Xiaoyan Qinglin glanced at the two guards indifferently, then took a step forward and turned into a blur as he left the hall. Xiaoyan Zhua's eyes were gloomy as he followed Xiaoyan Qinglin, leaving the two guards kneeling there, not daring to get up. After a while, Xiaoyan Qinglin and Xiaoyan Zhua returned to the hall. Their eyes were scarlet red, and monstrous flames of anger were emitted from their bodies. "Who is it? Who dares to kill my Xiaoyan family's people?" Xiaoyan Zhua roared in a low voice. Xiaoyan Qinglin's eyes were gloomy as he said to Xiaoyan Zhua, "Father. Today, second young master went to the Ruan family to propose marriage, but now he's dead. I'm afraid this matter is related to the Ruan family. I'll go take a look at the Ruan family first." "Humph. Whether or not the Ruan family did it, today I'll destroy the Ruan family, and not leave a single one alive. Qinglin, you go to the Ruan family first. Later, I'll bring the elders of the family to the Ruan family. I'll make the Ruan family pay the price in blood." Xiaoyan Zhua snorted coldly and walked into the depths of the hall. Clearly, he was preparing to gather the experts of the family and head to the Ruan family. Xiaoyan Qinglin nodded and took a step forward, leaving the hall and heading towards the Ruan family. The Ruan family was really rebellious. They dared to kill someone from the Xiaoyan family, and the one who died was Xiaoyan Qinglin's own brother. "Ah! Zhuowen, you dare to kill Ling Feng. You bastard, did you come to my Ruan manor to cause trouble today?" Looking at Ling Feng nailed to the pillar, Ruan Xianfeng almost went crazy. He roared at the sky, and a terrifying energy surged out, causing the spiritual storm around him to collapse. Boom! Ruan Xianfeng landed on the ground. Terrifying qi energy floated up to form a funnel-shaped cyclone. His eyes were bloodshot. This Zhuowen had guts. He actually dared to kill an elder of the Ruan family, Ling Feng. Zhuowen glanced indifferently at Ruan Xianfeng, who was walking over, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He said, "You said that I came to cause trouble in the Ruan family? You really have the face to say that? Who was the one who was aggressive in the beginning? Who allowed Xiaoyan Pu to kill me? Or is it that if Xiaoyan Pu wanted to kill me, I should just stand there and let him kill me? Master Ruan, are you sure there's nothing wrong with your head?" Ruan Xuanfeng's eyes were gloomy. This Zhuowen in front of him was getting more and more presumptuous. He actually dared to question him, and even said it in front of the Ruan family's disciples. "It seems that you're determined to die. Then don't blame me. You killed Xiaoyan Pu, so I can only kill you and take your corpse to the Xiaoyan family to ask for forgiveness." Ruan Xianfeng snorted coldly. He took a step forward and rushed toward Zhuowen. The terrifying aura of the ultimate emperor realm gushed out, and his palms were covered with blazing flames. Then, Ruan Xianfeng raised his hands, and two huge blazing suns appeared above his head. Sun manipulation technique, two blazing suns. Two blazing suns gradually appeared. Ruan Xianfeng then tossed the two blazing suns toward Zhuowen, intending to completely annihilate the latter. "The one who's courting death is not me, but you. Come out, infinite sword formation." An indifferent voice sounded. Zhuowen flicked his finger, and a sword ray flew out, forming a huge sword formation in front of him. This sword formation was made up of nearly 1,000 sword-shaped spirit treasures, and the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. Ruan Xuanfeng's body stiffened. He stared at the sword formation around Zhuowen and exclaimed, "Fifth rank origin formation. Weeping blood style." Chapter 920. Shaoyan Qinglin Rumble. Countless rays of blood-red light were like the sharpest swords in the world. When the two huge suns were enveloped by the blood-red light, the golden sunlight was covered by the blood-red light. The entire space was filled with blood-red light as if they were in a world of blood. "Break!" Zhuo Wen's cold voice gradually rang out. Then, the two blazing suns with shocking might couldn't hold on for long at all. They actually collapsed inch by inch, turning into countless specks of light that dissipated in this space. Greater infinite sword formation, yin-yang form. Zhuowen's cold voice rang out again after the two blazing suns were destroyed. He formed a sword seal with his right hand, and the greater infinite sword formation in the sky split into yin and yang. A taiji yin-yang pattern floated above the sword formation and rotated at high speed. When the yin-yang sword formation appeared, it turned into a black and white ray of light that swept towards Ruan Xianfeng below. The yin-yang will was formed, giving off a mysterious aura. Ruan Xuanfeng's face changed drastically, and his gaze was extremely gloomy. A grade 5 mental energy was already terrifying enough. With a grade 5 yuan array, Ruan Xianfeng knew that Zhuowen was not afraid of a Nine Wills ultimate emperor. Phoenix Sun Dawn. With a low growl, Ruan Xianfeng poured out all the primary energy in his body. Waves of blazing fire breath emanated from the surface of his body. The surging fire breath gushed out and converged into a fire phoenix of 100 feet behind him. A clear and melodious phoenix cry rang out as the fire phoenix soared into the sky. It fearlessly welcomed the yin-yang sword formation that was sweeping down. Rumble. When the two forces collided, an endless sea of fire appeared in the sky. The sea of fire enveloped the yin-yang sword formation, as if it wanted to destroy it completely. Unfortunately, the yin-yang sword formation was extremely powerful, and the yin-yang pattern on its body was even more powerful. The yin-yang force that it emitted as it rotated at high speed blocked the terrifying sea of fire. Looking at the terrifying sea of fire in the sky and the yin-yang pattern that was rotating at high speed, everyone in the martial arts practice field quietened down. Their eyes were filled with shock. Their Ruan family patriarch, Ruan Xianfeng, had personally taken action, but he was still unable to take down the mysterious youth who had appeared in the Ruan family. Everyone could not help but speculate about the background of this person. After all, the strength that this person had displayed was not weaker than those monstrous geniuses on the Yen City Flame God list. Father. Don't make any more mistakes. Young Master Zhuo has 5th level spiritual force, and his own strength is even more terrifying. His background is definitely no weaker than the Shaoyan family. If you continue to deal with him, the gains will not make up for the losses. Ruan Lingyu said somewhat anxiously. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the various methods Zhuowen had used, as well as his terrifying strength. Who would believe that such a genius was a rogue cultivator? He definitely had the support of a colossus behind him. If Ruan Lingyu could think of it, so could Ruan Xianfeng. In fact, when he saw Zhuowen's level 5 mental strength, he already felt that something was wrong. However, Ling Feng's death was too much of a shock to him, which was why he had acted impulsively. As soon as he acted, he immediately regretted it. This Zhuowen was actually so strong, which greatly exceeded his expectations. I've already offended him. Even if I let him go now, the power behind him will definitely not let me off easily. In addition, Xiaoyan Pu died in my Ruan family, so the Xiaoyan family will not let the Ruan family go. The only way now is to capture this boy and hand him over to the Xiaoyan family. Maybe we can fight for a chance of survival. Ruan Xuanfeng's eyes flickered as he thought of 1,000 things. Soon, he decided that if the Ruan family wanted to survive, the safest way was to capture Zhuowen and hand him over to the Xiaoyan family. Lingyu. You don't have to plead for this boy. This boy must die today. Only by capturing this boy and handing him over to the Xiaoyan family can our Wan family continue to survive. Moreover, even if this boy has a power behind him, how can it be compared to the Xiaoyan family? Wan Xianfeng said to Wan Lingyu. He formed a seal with both hands, and the fire phoenix in the void expanded a little. The surrounding sea of fire became even more scorching and terrifying, suppressing the yin-yang sword formation. Little bastard, go to hell. As long as you die, our Wan family can continue to survive. Wan Xuanfeng's eyes were cold as he muttered to himself. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. His right sword finger pointed between his eyebrows, and an even more terrifying mental strength gushed out. Then, the yin-yang sword formation that was suppressed turned into streaks of cold light again. Then, above the void, they intertwined and formed a huge and terrifying dome. Kill me. Wan Xianfeng, you don't have the right. With that, Zhuowen pressed down with his right hand, and his indifferent voice sounded, Greater Infinite Sword Formation, Heaven's Bane. Destroy it. Countless sword lights emitted a terrifying cold light. The dome formed by the countless sword lights crushed downward. A terrifying heavenly might flowed out, as if the entire sky was about to collapse. Boom! Soon after, everyone was shocked to find that the fire phoenix in the endless sea of fire was actually crouching on the ground under the pressure of this terrifying dome. The terrifying sea of fire around it was directly annihilated into nothingness. Ah! A mournful phoenix cry sounded. The fire phoenix's ending was not much better than the surrounding sea of fire. Under the crushing force of the dome, it was annihilated into countless pieces. Pfft! Wan Xianfeng did not even have time to react before he was affected by the heavenly power. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. In the end, he stomped his foot on the ground, causing countless cracks to appear on the ground. He barely managed to stop himself. How is this possible? I've lost? At this moment, Wan Xuanfeng's hands were trembling violently. The web between his thumb and forefinger was bleeding as he screamed. You only have yourself to blame. A figure arrived in an instant, and then a palm landed heavily on Wan Xuanfeng's chest. The latter spat out another mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Then, the tip of a blood spear stopped quietly as he roared. The sharp cold light made Wan Xuanfeng's hair stand on end. Zhuowen! What are you trying to do? You should know that my daughter, Lingyu, saved your life. Are you trying to be ungrateful and kill me? Wan Xianfeng was finally frightened. He stared at the blood spear and said nervously. Wow! The crowd around the martial arts practice field was in an uproar. No one expected that their Wan family's patriarch, Wan Xianfeng, would be defeated by a young man in his 20s. Such a fact shocked everyone's eyes, and they could not help but be stunned. Wan Xianfeng, you're really afraid of death. Didn't I say it before? I've already expelled the cold from Miss Lingyu's body. Then, I have nothing to do with your Wan family. Now, you're using this matter to say that I'm ungrateful. Do you really have the right to say that? Zhuowen's gaze was cold and ruthless. Wan Xuanfeng's style and behavior were getting more and more disgusting to him. He tightened his right hand, and the tip of the blood spear was almost on Wan Xuanfeng's neck, causing traces of blood to appear on the skin of his neck. Wan Xianfeng was so frightened that he did not dare to speak anymore. Young Master Zhuo. Can you spare my father's life? Although his previous actions were too extreme, he was doing it for the good of the Wan family. Wan Lingyu's voice suddenly sounded, causing Zhuo Wen's right hand to stiffen. Turning his head slightly, Zhuo Wen saw that Wan Lingyu's face was currently covered in tears. Her exquisite face appeared somewhat haggard. Zhuo Wen's eyes flickered. He sighed lightly and said, Since Miss Lingyu is pleading for mercy, I'll spare your worthless life. However, you've been targeting me in every way before. It's not right if you don't pay a price. As he spoke, Zhuowen waved his right hand. The blood spear turned into a bloody light and slashed across Yuan Xuanfeng's right arm. Then, a shrill scream was heard. Yuan Xianfeng held his broken right arm with a hideous expression. After cutting off Yuan Xuanfeng's arm, Zhuowen came to Yuan Lingyu's side. He exerted force from his right palm and instantly released the shackles on Yuan Lingyu's body. He said, "Miss Lingyu, now that there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." As he spoke, Zhuowen left the Yuan family with the white-brow heavenly master. Yuan Lingyu looked at the departing figure and suddenly felt a sense of loss in her heart. However, she also knew that the Yuan family had gone too far. It was already good enough that Zhuowen didn't kill her father, Yuan Xianfeng. Therefore, she didn't ask too much of Zhuowen. At this moment, Yuan Xianfeng had already stopped the wound on his right arm. He stood up with a gloomy expression. He didn't expect that he would end up like this. "Father. Are you alright?" Yuan Lingyu came to Yuan Xuanfeng's side and asked softly. "I'm fine, Lingyu. It seems that I was wrong. If I had listened to you before, perhaps things wouldn't be like this now. This Zhuowen isn't simple. I wonder where he came from." Yuan Xianfeng was slightly dispirited at this moment. His face seemed to have aged a little. He was now regretting that he had to deal with Zhuowen. If only he had let Zhuowen leave, the Yuan family wouldn't have suffered any losses. Medicine for regret couldn't be bought. Even if Yuan Xianfeng was extremely regretful, it was useless. After all, things had already happened and there was no turning back. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure cut across the sky and arrived in the sky above the Yuan family. This person was wearing a green robe. His long hair was draped over his shoulders. His face was angular and his eyes revealed a sharp light. In particular, this person's aura was very vast. It was much more powerful than Yuan Xuanfeng's. Yuan Xianfeng, Yuan Lingyu, and the others also noticed the sudden arrival of this uninvited guest. Therefore, they all looked up at this person. Xiaoyan Qinglin. After seeing this person's face, Yuan Xuanfeng's pupils shrank. He couldn't help but exclaim out loud. His face turned ugly. He didn't expect the people from the Xiaoyan family to arrive so quickly. Moreover, it was the number one expert of the younger generation, Xiaoyan Qinglin. Whoosh! Xiaoyan Qinglin slowly descended on the martial arts practice field. Immediately, his gaze gathered on the dozen or so corpses not far from the martial arts practice field. His gaze became extremely gloomy because these dozen or so figures were all warriors from the Xiaoyan family. Looking around, Xiaoyan Qinglin quickly found Xiaoyan Pu's corpse in another place. He stomped his foot and teleported in front of Xiaoyan Pu. His right hand reached out to the latter's neck, then he slowly withdrew his right hand. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.